Look who has joined the meeting. Test.
Just join the show, that's right. Okay, it's live now. Live stream is done.
Hi, Nicole. I just sent you a message if you can join the second Zoom link because we've moved. We've I will end.
Non, c'est pas, attends. Oh, host disable. Oh, il faut que je remette enable pour les
Just okay.
Ça
It's
marche?
on. So let me just press. Yeah, it's joining in. Good. Keep all the gods of energy that there's not a
glitch.
sort of outage at that time. Noko, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, right. So what I was going to suggest, if you have an issue with load shedding, you can, you can keep your camera off.
Can I keep it off?
Yeah, I mean, if there's no load shedding and you have an issue, you have no issue, then we would like you to have the camera on. But if you have issues, then we don't mind you leaving the camera off, and I will make a short announcement. But we can hear you very well. Can you say just a few a couple of more words so that we can test the quality of the sound, please?
Okay. My name is Noku Makhato from South Africa. Is that fine?
It's perfect. All right. So what we would suggest is that we will be starting at 9:30, so in half an hour, 25 minutes. So then you can join us because that's when the event will start.
Okay, but you crossing to me at 8?
9:30 Mauritius, which is 7:30, which is 7:30 your time, but your intervention will be at it will be 10 our time, 8 o'clock your time.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Nicole. Bye.
Cheers, bye.
We'll be recording. We're recording already on Zoom. Hopefully it works. I mean, we're trying. We're doing those things. We're testing.
Friday night.
Well,
We're trying to get this to get them through
Yeah.
into the right position.
Sorry, I didn't know. We've never met. Some good friends.
We turn up.
Yeah.
Because some people will need to be opening or something, but
Yeah.
I think we have a pretty fun.
What everything feels like it's good too. So you're a student.
Yeah.
Students in university.
Quite a lot of them. And then those who are doing the best, we're going to do the important. Well, Brian, and then how are you? You know, Don, being in the media for one of them, the pioneers. Yeah, I was a pioneer.
Oh, it's nice to have a good representation of you across the media. Yeah. Very exciting. Thank you. Something fishy happened. Oh, wherever you pick up.
One weekend of memorializing for Thursday cover parliament.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just, for the last month and a half, in, but now for the next month it will be in. So, how are you? Things seem to be working well, and I was, Christina and I, technology is always a nasty piece of work, but today it's been working.
Yeah,
The only snag we might get with Milko in South Africa that he might not be able to switch on his camera because of, load shedding. So I think if it's not the case, then we'll have to, otherwise we will. But we were able to test with Michael, perfect,
but as long as you get the wall.
yeah, but the face as well is important. Yeah, yeah, because it creates a much more and then but otherwise, yeah. And things are fine on your side. You've been busy, I think. I see with things. Yeah.
And really happy that our deputy, she just recently arrived, so giving her a little bit of grief on the.
Of course.
Yeah.
Because you use the
Yeah.
will replace
Yeah. Yeah.
that. Okay. Okay, excellent. So I think right in time to be able to take a stock of the state of art. Anyway, I just
We already like those with maybe you want to share in the end, right? Yeah. It's working. I mean, it was like it didn't work last time. We sent it on Friday. Well, that's great. Then Sophie stays busy, but yeah. Yeah, but on the media Yeah. We're very excited that you were able to come. And I'm
Moi, je me dois pas de mon.
Ok, ben je partage son post. Je partage ton post. Merci.
Oh, no. But
C'est ça, on voit, c'est vrai, ça.
Vous envoyer le lien pour le live.
Ça, il est dans la semaine.
C'est pourquoi? Pour faire la fête? Ouais, parce qu'elle peut faire live stream, elle peut faire présentation. Mais tous les déconnectés.
Il est déjà connecté.
Oh, le wifi là.
Oui.
Mais bon, il met le
Non,
réseau.
non, elle a deux là. Mais si c'est
Mais
elle.
mettre son dans le réseau.
Non, c'est mon père, elle laisse lancer, elle nous promène un access point. Elle l'autre wifi. Si on a un problème, vous mettez le deuxième wifi.
Ouais. Parce que, mais le bandwidth qui est correct là, pour wifi là.
Vous promène une chose, on n'a pas qui laisse commencer officiellement.
9h30. Pas gagner temps. On gagne temps. Garde faire aller venir.
On fait quelqu'un dans la nuit là.
Mais il ne faut pas connecter à une carrément. Pas mal, moi.
Quel mail?
Ça arrive à live stream.
On met là.
Allez, right. Là, elle no wifi, elle no choses. C'est moi des petits fils là pour vous intéresser. Un petit peu correct. Nico, merci. Wow, maman, tu connais la vie. Je dois dire. Oui, allez, right. Bon, moi, je n'aime pas un téléphone, mais bon, si je ne connais pas vous, c'est pas pour vous, un programme.
C'est bien.
Oh,
Information.
pas fait l'équipe d'affaires.
Plus j'ai l'information,
Ouais.
c'est qu'elle passe chez nous.
Oh,
Ça peut développer sur
oh, ok.
elle.
Non, maman, pas quoi, mais moi, oui, ça me dépasse, pour moi, pas faire ça pour moi. Parce que, elle dit que, ah, bon, bah, au courant, puis au courant que moi, alors. Là, ça. Oh, ok. Ouais, ça va. Mais, que tu t'as fait après, avec merci. Pas non, une dans fatigué. Ouais. Des trop frais, ça réglé. Peut-être nous, il un petit peu plus. Ça nous met au ventilation. Non, mais quand ça, c'est un peu frais. Ouais.
Et après, sur le site, je peux pas plus. Ce week-end, but we can move here and this week and then. I'm talking from because I'm going back to Switzerland on the end of June.
C'est moi, oui. T'es là. Merci beaucoup.
Allez. Yes, I know, but at least I can see the
Bien,
best.
bien, bien.
No, c'est rien. Ça n'a plus long. Ça n'a plus long. Pas fait ici. Pas dit longtemps. Si c'est but I can try to find it. If you can do. Déjà là,
But how, you know, it's not like enough time to be able
c'est le sous-préfet.
You will wait it. And that is non, mais c'est déjà
Oui, tu sais, le problème, c'est que quand je cherche donc je crée maintenant même plus ça veut dire, it's too
non, ouais, dans le P1, yeah. Ouais, ouais. Et puis de les récupérer par la suite, that's a big step.
Il y a des réparations. Encore quoi, 10 minutes. Ouais. Oui, oui. Tu vas rester à la fin. On va essayer sur pas mal dans les yeah, whatever. Ouais. Whatever you feel. Ouais, par contre,
Thanks for coming. Anywhere. You can choose not to be next to.
Let's move on. Yes, no doubt. It's today, sorry, it's today. Today, yeah. Okay. That's fine. No, every day's fine. Nice to meet you. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Glad to meet you. Nice to meet you in person. Wow, because I have my girlfriend's phone, he used to be a political officer here. Well, nice to meet you now. I'm sorry, I'm pleased. We moved into
Christina? Sorry,
we moved into the middle.
that's the best place to be. Is it relaxing? Okay. That coordinator for my crew and everything done. What? For my crew to come, etc.
I've already done multiple shares.
Yes. We need to, when he comes in, we need to invite him. There's no
You
invitation.
can just share right away in principle.
Okay, d'accord.
Ouais. Tu veux que je le revérifie?
On it? Ouais, in the middle.
D'accord.
Because of one, c'est bon? That's good.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Your Excellency, Mrs. Kiara Shaw, Chargée d'Affaires for the Australian High Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, Mrs. Lalo, newly minted then arrived in Mauritius, welcome. Pro-Vice Chancellor of Academia, the Dean of the Faculty of Social Science and Humanities, our keynote speakers who will join us, will be joining us online, representatives of the Foreign Embassy, media communication professionals, colleagues, friends, students. Welcome to today's event. The theme today that we've chosen is a very hot topic. Everyone is speaking about disinformation. Even I noted that it's an item at the G7 meeting that is being held currently in Hiroshima. So in fact, disinformation, affects all the spheres of our life, our daily lives, our daily activity. Today we'll be shining light a little bit on the Mauritian landscape, but we'll also have the opportunity to hear from two experts in the field, Dr. Davis, an Australian expert, and also from the Executive Director of Africa Check. And so basically to just give us a little bit of an idea of what are the existing best practices and possible solutions, because some of the solutions are universal, but some of them are localized. So we will be trying to sort of garner some of those efforts, scenarios that have actually been tried and tested in certain other parts of the world, the African continent and Asia Pacific, and more specifically Australia. You all have a copy of the program. You will see it's a full day. Oh, it's a half a day, but a very, very, packed session, which runs one after the other. And we hope that most of you will be able to stay with us until the end. But we understand that some of you will have to be leaving after the opening ceremony. So also very important here, I would like to put on record, very obliged to the Australian High Commission for having approached the communication unit to hold this very important session on disinformation, countering disinformation. It's the first that you are holding with the communication unit, and I hope it will be the first among many. So that's just to set the ball rolling and to demonstrate, these types of collaboration are extremely important, especially for institutions like the University of Mauritius and the communication unit. So without further ado, I will ask the whole of the program. I'll ask our Pro-Vice Chancellor for Academia, Professor Santali, to say a few opening remarks, and then we'll move. Thank you.
Thank you. Australian High Commissioner, Ms. Shaw, Deputy High Commissioner, Ms. Letty Lalo, Dean of Faculty, Professor Corporan, colleagues from the university, Dr. Kasenali, our keynote speakers, students, colleagues of the university, colleagues from the press, students, ladies and gentlemen. The University of Mauritius is pleased to co-host this workshop on countering disinformation to ensure an open and transparent infoscape with the Australian High Commission of Mauritius. This workshop is organized to celebrate the World Press Freedom Day, which was celebrated on the 3rd of May this year. And the choice of the theme, disinformation, reflects a key concern in a society driven by digital media, technologies, and now artificial intelligence. Information and knowledge that is widely available out there, if used to good essence and if their integrity is maintained, can lead to prosperity, promote peace, and more understanding among mankind. However, disinformation, misinformation, fake news, and other forms of information manipulation for wrong purposes can lead to destructive consequences for humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to note a very diverse audience in attendance. We have embassy representatives, media professionals, students, academics, and other key actors of the sector. This will allow for a rich debate on such an important theme. The university is committed to promoting the development of the knowledge society in line with our core values. This workshop testifies of our engagement to promote high-level exchanges with different actors in the society. The senior management looks forward to receiving the workshop report, which we have no doubt will be highly informative. As an end note, I would like to thank again the Australian High Commission for their support, in particular the High Commissioner, as well as Dr. Kasenali, Christina Chanmitu, Dr. Narayanan, the Dean of Faculty, for their leadership in organizing today's event. Thank you and have a fruitful workshop.
Thank you very much, Pro-VC, for those opening remarks. I will now ask Her Excellency, the High Commission, the Chargée d'Affaires, Mrs. Chiara Shaw, to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina, and good morning, everybody. Professor Mohammed Santali, Pro-Vice Chancellor, and other faculty members, thank you very much to the University of Mauritius for hosting us here today. And thank you also to the fantastic team here that's helped put this event together. Associate Professor Rukaya Kasenali, Mrs. Christina Chanmitu, and Dr. Sandra Narayanan. It's also really good to have some international contributors. So I'm really proud that we're able to bring Dr. Michael Davis into this discussion to share some of the experience and expertise from Australia. And it's also great to see Mr. Nokum Magato, the Executive Director of Africa Chair, who can give us the sort of broader African context as well. And we've also been really pleased to see the fantastic mix of panelists that were able to join today's discussion. So we're really proud to support this discussion to raise awareness and stimulate discussion about disinformation in Mauritius. It's really good to have a healthy and broad mix of contributors from across the media landscape, as well as academia, government and civil society. I think we've got just the people we need in the room to explore how the phenomenon of disinformation is playing out and impacting Mauritius. It's certainly not a new phenomenon. In fact, I think efforts to manipulate information are perhaps as old as civilization, or at least politics. But the speed, volume, and sophistication of information transmission have radically transformed and amplified the potential use of misinformation. Disinformation is now recognized as something that can threaten democracy. And so before we begin the focus on the local landscape, I wanted to share a few thoughts on how disinformation is impacting the international landscape. This has become a matter of increasing concern for Australia as a country that upholds freedom of expression and sees the free flow of information as essential to democracy. And certainly when I joined the Australian government, not that much more than 10 years ago, it wasn't discussed in the way it is now. We've got dedicated teams in the government, certainly in my ministry, looking at how it's playing out internationally, but also locally in terms of how disinformation is affecting the Australian community and how it might be a risk to community cohesion. So Australia defines disinformation as the intentional creation and dissemination of wholly or partly false or manipulated information that is intended to deceive and mislead. It can be done for a variety of reasons. For example, to cause strategic, political, economic, social, or personal harm, or to get commercial gain. And so there are, of course, many examples of disinformation being used and taking place within a domestic context of a particular country. But it can also be part of a deliberate campaign by state actors or non-state actors who are representing the interests of their government. Foreign disinformation campaigns can be integrated into a country's domestic political discussions so that its foreign roots are invisible. One example is attempts to sow discord or disagreement in a population on a particular topic. Disinformation campaigns can be used to divide or weaken political movements that are not seen as favourable to a foreign actor, or disinformation may be surreptitiously used to boost groups that are linked to or promote a foreign power. Another example is disinformation being used to cast doubt around a proposed course of action by a government that might be seen as contrary to the interests of a foreign power. So, for example, and I can't speculate on the veracity of this, but there's a lot of media speculation that foreign actors may have supported pro-Brexit narratives in the UK. Disinformation doesn't just impact domestic audiences. It can also be used to shape the way states see each other. It can be deployed to undermine support for international initiatives or to challenge the authority or moral standing of a country so that it loses relative influence. So an example from Australia that I think illustrates this quite well is the mischaracterization of our AUKUS defence arrangement. Australia, for example, is acquiring submarines that are nuclear powered, but which do not have any nuclear weaponry whatsoever. And Australia is a state that has long championed the global nuclear non-proliferation regime. Unfortunately, there are now some actors who have tried to mischaracterize these submarines as breaking out long-standing commitment to nuclear non-proliferation. And at present, we're also seeing a global disinformation campaign and false narratives, for example, about Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Some of these narratives are intended to flip the story or muddy the waters by blaming the West or NATO expansion. And sometimes even mainstream journalists pick up these narratives without fact-checking the history or even acknowledging that there might be other sides of the discussion. Unfortunately, this disinformation is designed to dampen the international condemnation that should flow from the clear violation of the UN Charter. The information we receive shape how we perceive the world and the decisions we make and how we respond to events. So that's where information that's misleading or manipulated can undermine the ability of governments and peoples to decide their own destinies. Disinformation can damage the ability of countries to act in their own interests or to present clear information to their populations and the international community. It can undermine the international rules that promote a peaceful world order where sovereignty is respected. Often our discussions about international relations and conflict focus on kinetic conflict where you have armies and military activities. But actually, I think disinformation really shows how one country can seriously harm another country without any physical contact. In recent years, elections around the world have shown that there is a great capacity for digital disinformation, including across borders. Malicious actors have effectively hijacked public discourse and influenced communities and public opinion on matters of importance. Even platforms that were designed to enable the free flow of information, like social media platforms, have been misappropriated to spread and amplify disinformation and sow division in communities. One very prominent example that featured a lot in global headlines was the 2016 US election. There was a report by the US Special Counsel Robert Mueller that found there was evidence that Russia had interfered in the election with a coordinated campaign of disinformation. And one of the things that I personally found striking as I observed this play out was that disinformation wasn't just targeting political parties or actors. The New York Times, in a fascinating long analysis that I read last year, showed how Russia's disinformation machine had targeted the women's movement in the US. It had deliberately tried to divide and weaken the movement, just as it was mobilizing protests against the then president. Part of this campaign involved impersonating the voices of Americans on social media to discredit, sometimes in highly personal ways, the leaders of the movement. A lot has happened since 2016 on the tech front. We have new technologies that are being used to amplify campaigns much more dramatically than they could have even 5-10 years ago. Bots can drown out legitimate online debate by planting huge volumes of fake conversation. Technology has enabled malicious micro-targeting of particular vulnerable audiences, and there are sophisticated deep fakes that can be used to convincingly spread disinformation. And in recent months, the world has started to grasp potential risks from the high-powered AI technology that can instantly produce reams of credible sounding but sometimes false or biased information. I have to confess, I did actually consult ChatGPT on this speech, but decided I'd stick with my own content for now. So democratic countries with open information environments are actually more vulnerable to this type of manipulation. Multiple media sources can pop up to amplify messaging. Authoritarian countries that limit what media can say or control journalists are actually a little bit more immune than democratic countries to this form of disinformation campaign, which is what makes it even more important that democratic countries with open media environments have discussions like the one that we're having today to try and build resilience, to be able to identify and address deliberate disinformation campaigns. One thing that worries me, another thing that worries me as an international relations practitioner is the proliferation of online platforms and news sources that you can't really pin down to geographical location or any sort of editorial standards that have articles on controversial issues in international affairs. I frequently stumble upon analysis from commentators who, even though they have names, are not necessarily Googleable journalists. And often they reprint articles from other news sources around the world that accentuating criticism of governments or particular elements that seem to me to point to some sort of deliberate campaign behind them. So that's why I think mainstream media is actually incredibly important. And I'm really glad at the participation of mainstream media here today. Established media houses need to maintain their reputational advantage by applying rigorous editorial policies that separate them from anonymous online sources. So what do all these developments mean for Mauritius? Well, I look forward to hearing from the many contributors present here today about the risks in the Mauritian information environment, but also how the rich media environment that Mauritius enjoys as a small island and the talented journalists that are practicing here can help mitigate some of those risks. Governments also play an important role, including by ensuring the right regulatory frameworks. And also, I believe that academics, civil society, and journalists have really important roles in questioning and reporting on disinformation campaigns. So thank you all for joining today's discussion, and I look forward to hearing what comes out of it.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for really setting the scene to our conversation of today's workshop. I think, you pointed out some very, very pertinent issues around disinformation, but I think, disinformation and technology and the way that technology is used is the intentionality behind technology, but also the utility that it is used. And I think being able to sort of factor that in mind allows us to deal probably with disinformation in a much more intelligent and focused manner. And exactly just like you, we all struggle to keep away Chat GPT away. So I think it's all about how we use it. So now it gives me great pleasure to have our first keynote speaker, Dr. Davis, Michael Davis, who's a research fellow at the Center for Media Transition at the University of Technology in Sydney, where he leads an information disorder research program. He previously worked at the Australian Communications and Media Authority, where he provided regulatory advice on online misinformation and disinformation, the news media bargaining code, and impartiality and commercial influence in the news. Dr. Davis has a PhD in philosophy from ANU, which is the Australian National University. So without further ado, we'll invite Dr. Davis to make his keynote address about the Australian context. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rikaya, and hello everybody. Good afternoon, Australian time. Good morning, I believe, in Mauritius. It's a privilege to be here today and talk to you about our Australian experience with mis and disinformation. All right, let me just share my screen. Great. So today, the plan is to just look at a brief introduction to mis and disinformation on a conceptual level, and that will be relevant for us in terms of how we think about developing policy to address misinformation and disinformation, and to understand the various moves to regulate that have been gathering pace around the world over the last couple of years. We will look at some of those approaches, but concentrating mainly on the Australian approach. And the important things, I think, that are really coming to the fore now in both academia and in policy circles for addressing the problem of misinformation and disinformation is that it's a very complex phenomenon with many interacting causes, many different agents, all with different objectives. And that makes for a very difficult policy and regulatory environment. We kind of have to move forward and experiment to a little extent, but also at the same time to take care that that we don't be too rigorous, I guess, in our regulation, and we'll look at some of those concerns as well. And most people agree that our accountability and transparency are key, at least in our first efforts, particularly with respect to the operations of digital platforms, multinational companies, which subject to different jurisdictions around the world. Trying to collaborate around the world on common frameworks is also very important. All right, so to start off with, I just want to examine the conceptual framework a little bit that's starting to emerge both in policy and regulation on one side and in academic studies on the other. I'd say that there's been a very strong move to adopt this particular framework that we can see in the graphic here in policy circles, and that comes out of its use really in the European context, in particular with the EU Code of Practice on Disinformation. So that schema uses information disorder as an umbrella term to capture both misinformation and disinformation, and also to capture something that they call malinformation. And you can see there's two axes there, I guess. One is whether the information is true or false, and one is whether there's an intention to harm or to deceive. And so according to this schema, misinformation is information that's false, but where there's no intention to deceive. Disinformation is information that's false, where there is an intention to deceive or to harm. And malinformation is information that's true or accurate, but is used in a harmful way. For example, revealing the address of a person online, for example, in the phenomenon called doxing. So this schema, as I said, has come to be adopted in policy circles. We saw Kira speak about it in terms of the Australian definition of disinformation. It does appear in the Australian Code of Practice, which we will look at in a few minutes. What I want to sort of raise here is, I guess, a few problems with the schema. It's simple, which is good. It's easy to understand. The problem is that it kind of, in relying on the notions of truth and falsity on one hand and intention on the other, what we're left with is something that's conceptually clear, but in practice is actually difficult to implement in a policy sense. The reason for that is it's very difficult in real time to tell whether something is true or false, and perhaps even more difficult to tell what someone's intentions are. A lot of the time, this can become apparent, after a certain time, particularly intentions. We can work out through patterns of information flows on social media that, there's a campaign, a disinformation campaign to promote political disorder, for example. Truth and falsity, on the other hand, is something that, is perhaps never really established with complete certainty. Often we rely on court systems to establish whether things are true or false with a high standard of proof and so on. So my contention, I guess, is that it's not necessarily a useful framework for thinking about interventions. And the other part of that is that because it's such a complex problem, as we discussed earlier, with many different causes, many different agents all interacting, we really need to think about misinformation and disinformation in the context of the media and political environment as a whole, and not treat it as an isolated problem that can be addressed just by placing extra regulatory requirements on digital platforms, for example. I think those requirements and regulation of digital platforms will be very useful and necessary, but if we don't also consider the broader context, then we're going to find that those interventions are not going to be effective. The Australian experience with misinformation really started to rise, I guess, a little bit after the United States and Europe became concerned about disinformation campaigns, particularly emanating from Russia. The Australian experience really only took off with the, at least in public consciousness, with the terrible bushfires from 2019 to 20 over that summer. And following that, the COVID pandemic, which came shortly on the heels of that bushfire season. Most of it really has been organic misinformation spread by Australian citizens interacting on social media. Disinformation as such has been fairly narrowly confined to particular issues, such as the Russia-Ukraine conflict. We haven't seen a lot of large foreign influence campaigns, for example. Despite this, the transnational flow of information is of concern. There's I guess, a cross-pollination in narratives, disinformation narratives around the world. And Australia is not immune to that either, particularly during the COVID pandemic, or the early days of the COVID pandemic, I should say. We saw a lot of misinformation and disinformation narratives coming from the United States. Studies here, academic studies from people studying mis and disinformation here in Australia have shown the importance of the role of influencers, both politicians and lifestyle influencers, and influencers in the media as well are particularly important. What we find is that misinformation and disinformation narratives really take off once they get picked up by influencers who tend to have a lot of followers on social media, for example, or a lot of influence through other media channels, such as cable television or YouTube and so on. And coupled with all this is a trend towards political polarization, although that's not really a problem to the same extent as it's been seen in other countries. It is still there. and has caused some concern, and the rise of conspiracy narratives as well. And so just as an illustration on the two pictures I have at the bottom there, the one on the left is a famously viral map of the bushfires in that summer of 2019 to 20, which was shared around globally on social media as if it was a satellite photo of Australia at the time. In fact, what it was is a picture of over a month's worth of data that had been visualized on a map of Australia to look like a satellite image. So in fact, that is where fires had been burning over a period of more than a month rather than a snapshot in time. On the right, we see a particular, I guess, politically driven misinformation campaign where, false narratives were being spread about the causes of the bushfires, again, based on a kind of taking information out of context and using it in a new context. So official information about the number of fires related to was started by arsonists, again, over a period of time, was condensed as if it was a snapshot of the bushfires at that time. These were the first kinds of narratives to really domestically in Australia cause concern. The COVID-19 infodemic followed pretty shortly after that. The same as around the world, of course, a lack of authoritative information, a lot of uncertainty politically, a lot of uncertainty in public health terms about how to deal with the pandemic, led to the proliferation of misinformation. Government actions of lockdowns and so on quickly gave rise to political discontent amongst some circles. And here especially we saw the influence of political narratives, conspiracy views and so on coming in from other countries and driving misinformation narratives here, and of course actions in the real world as well with protests and so on. We also saw a rise in race-driven misinformation and hate speech, particularly towards Chinese people. Some harms that were picked up from misinformation. So when I worked at the Australian Communications and Media Authority, we were endeavouring at that time to really try to get a grip on, what the actual harms arising from misinformation were. There was a lot of concern, obviously, about misinformation on digital platforms and social media in particular. And, no one really knew whether this was actually having an effect on the ground. More and more, though, we saw during the pandemic and since then that, real world harms are eventuating from a lot of misinformation. In Australia, we had a shooting recently, for example, where conspiracy-driven members of the sovereign citizen movement were involved in a shootout with police. The views that they were espousing, were driven by misinformation, again, coming mainly from the United States. Obviously, there was an impact on public health with a drop in vaccination rates. There was damage to telecommunications infrastructure with a conspiracy linking the COVID pandemic with 5G mobile towers. And there were concerns about electoral integrity in the federal election last year, and also in the impending referendum on the Indigenous voice to Parliament, which is occurring later this year. And of course, there's the whole set of chronic harms, which, perhaps less striking, but even more important for us to consider when we think about these issues. And that is a long trend of decreasing trust in public and democratic institutions, decreasing trust in authoritative information, and a decrease in community cohesion. And these are the really difficult problems, I guess, to address as well. And again, point to that greater context that I mentioned before about, the information and news environment as a whole, and indeed, the whole of society response being required to respond to them. In terms of the implications for journalism, I know that's a particular concern for many of you here today. Again, tying in with that is the importance of earning and maintaining trust. I mean, for decades now, we've seen a long-term decline in media trust and trust of government as well. The causes of that are complex and not well understood. Nonetheless, it appears that for example, during the COVID pandemic, at least initially in 2020, there was an increase in trust. So a longitudinal study undertaken by the University of Canberra here in Australia looked at the changes in trust of news, particularly mainstream news and authoritative news, and found that in this environment of uncertainty, although there was a lot of propagation of misinformation on social media, people quickly took to mainstream news sources and other trusted news sources in order to find out what was really going on, which was a good sign. So when people are under the pump, they still place their trust in those mainstream sources. That said, since that time, we've again regressed back to the slow long-term decline in trust in media. But some things that we do know about media trust are that the more responsible and accountable the press is, and the more responsive it is to the concerns of the public, the more trust the public will place in the media. And this is also true of public trust in government. One of the well-known links between press freedom is a requisite concern for press responsibility and a recognition of the influence that the press has in promoting certain public narratives, agenda setting, if you like. In terms of the implications of misinformation for journalism, there's a real potential there with that the power of the press to amplify misinformation narratives that are coming from elsewhere. For example, that may appear first on social media, may come out of conspiracy communities online, for example, and then picked up by the mainstream media. Even when the mainstream media is taking a skeptical view and even pointing out that these are misinformation narratives, we find that actually often amplifies those misinformation narratives. So it's important for the press to be aware of that potential and to develop practices that are transparent and accountable, and that embody best practice ethical journalistic principles. So these include obviously.
Sorry, I just wanted to, sorry for intervening. You've got like 5 minutes left to just wrap up. If you just could probably just quickly, move to some of those solutions or recommendations, if possible.
No problem. So that involves obviously important fact-checking role for journalists, both in internal stories and also collaborating with fact-checking organisations devoted to fact-checking misinformation. And also, I think, importantly, updating media practice and ethical standards. And the Australian Communications and Media Authority here in Australia, for example, has called for the various media sectors to revise their self-regulatory and co-regulatory codes of practice in order to develop good strategies and instantiate good strategies in press practice here. First Draft, which used to be housed here at the Centre for Media Transition, has a collection of very useful resources, including some in French, if any of you are interested. Resources for journalists, that is, in dealing with misinformation in a best practice way. Importantly, for interventions, no single solution will be effective. As I mentioned, we need collaboration. We do need to increase accountability and transparency for digital platforms. And this includes taking responsibility for improving platform policy and design, tackling financial incentives for the propagation of disinformation, closing down advertising channels, and so on. Policy interventions for promoting quality news and information are very important. And here, ensuring that quality news and information is available on digital platforms and promoted on digital platforms is also important. Again, taking account of the fact that, you know, in a democratic regime, of course, that the question of what is an authoritative source is always going to be a little bit open to question. Yes, media literacy, again, a policy matter important for the government to promote. In terms of regulation, we see regulation as being useful where it's necessary to promote accountability and transparency of digital platforms and government policy. And rather than stepping in with too heavy a hand on regulation, you know, it's important that these interventions have democratic legitimacy to secure public trust. If the regulatory hand is too heavy, then we find that that public trust is lost very quickly. Part of this, and again, part of dealing with the complexity of the problem, is the need to develop cooperative and collaborative frameworks. For example, frameworks to encourage information sharing between digital platforms and the media, collaborative policy development with all stakeholders, the use of independent bodies to set and operate content moderation standards and trust indicators. We've seen some movement towards that with the Facebook Oversight Board, for example, but again, the true independence is not really there. And media observatories, again, independent media observatories are also important. Critically, regulation can be politically fraught. We need to balance interventions with civil liberties. That's difficult, but it's also crucial to that political legitimacy. You know, just as we don't necessarily want Mark Zuckerberg being the arbiter of truth, as he famously refused to be, we don't necessarily want the government to be the arbiter of truth either. Rather, that's something that should be established publicly, as it always has been in a democratic regime. And obviously the media and the mainstream media has an important role to play there as well. Encouraging those collaborations between the media and digital platforms is crucial for doing that. That said, there is a clear move away from self-regulation towards co-regulation, including here in Australia. I'm just going to skip quickly forward to that. So we put in place a code of practice on disinformation and misinformation in 2021, modelled on the EU code that I mentioned earlier. ACMA was tasked with overseeing the code. That's the Australian Communications and Media Authority, the independent regulator here. And it found the code was lacking in a few respects. Namely, it didn't really mandate transparency and accountability on the part of digital platforms. It's a self-regulatory code. And so what has happened as a result of that report to government is that the government has announced a move towards co-regulation. And the way that will work is that initially, ACMA is likely to take the self-regulatory code as it is and to underpin it with an enforcement regime to ensure that digital platforms, do what they're saying they're going to do in terms of introducing measures to combat misinformation and disinformation. And should that prove ineffective, then ACMA might step in a little further, for example, by developing another code. And again, there's concerns here, I guess, about how, what extent will these government powers have? And that remains to be seen because this is a process that will only be taking place in the second half of this year. All right, I think I will leave it there. Thanks very much. Happy to take any questions.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Michael. I think, for some very thought-provoking sort of views, but also certain situations. And I think, I want time to or even summarize, but I think, how much to regulate is extremely important when we think about the regulatory mix. What is true, what is false, what is intention helps, and there's no easy solution. There needs to be, a well-thought process of balancing it out. But thank you so much for sharing the Australian experience. As I mentioned earlier, there are certain universal solutions, but there are also certain solutions that that are relevant to that particular context. So that brings us to Noko Gatto, who is currently the Executive Director of Africa Check. For you who don't know Africa Check is a non-profit organization set in 2012. So they just celebrated 10 years last year to promote accuracy and in public debate and in the media in Africa and across Africa. It is in fact Africa's first independent fact-checking organization and has offices in South Africa, Kenya, Senegal, and Nigeria. So it's my great pleasure to invite Noko to share the African experience, which is basically 54 countries, a tall order. Now, there is an issue of load shedding in South Africa. I know most of you are aware of this legendary load shedding. So we will allow Noko not to switch on his camera to save on the bandwidth. So Noko, please, you've got the floor, the digital floor at least.
Good morning. Thank you, Rukaya. I hope everybody can hear me clearly. I'm sorry about the challenges that we're having. It's not in my hands, of course. The South African situation is quite an interesting one at the moment. And of course, this load shedding is leading to all sorts of disinformation about the country's ability to generate power and other things. But what I would like to focus on today is political disinformation. We do quite a lot of work in the 4 countries that you just mentioned where we are: Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, and Senegal. This is part of a plethora of work that we do. It's not just our only focus, but when it comes to political disinformation, particularly around election time, I would say that's where our work shines through. So I would like to start with some experiences that we've had with political disinformation in the time that we've been doing this work. So some of the lessons, I'd like to share some of the lessons, and then at the end share some of our proposed solutions in dealing with disinformation, particularly on the African continent. And of course, as Rukaya mentioned, Africa consists of more than 50 countries, so I do not claim to speak on behalf of everyone, but this is simply from the experiences that we've had in the last 10 years or so. So I will start off. So we do quite a lot of elections work or programs that are focused on elections. We've just had the Nigeria elections in February this year, and it was quite a learning experience for us. And with each elections, we go into it with a program, with a plan on how we're going to tackle disinformation and misinformation around that election. Last year, we had the Kenya elections. And so from those 2 elections, and based on the work that we've done with those 2, we've sort of developed some lessons on how to approach disinformation around elections. And as you may know, there's a number of countries that are going into elections this year. I think we're counting about a dozen, including the DRC, Zimbabwe, South Sudan, and Sierra Leone. Zimbabwe is coming around the corner. In fact, we are expecting the announcement of the election date sometime in June. And we are involved in that, working with our partners in that country. And our working model, just so I can explain to everyone, is that we have a program called Africa Facts. This is a network that we've developed over the last few years, since 2017, actually, where we are basically helping to promote the growth of fact-checking through the continent. We are based in 4 countries, and of course can't fact check or do trainings across the continent without the help of local partners. So the network is really to grow the practice of fact-checking and grow the emergence of fact-checking on the continent by working with partners that are located in those countries. And so we are going to be involved in more elections through that network indirectly. So not us doing the actual fact-checking, but Africa Check supporting local fact-checkers to tackle disinformation and misinformation during those elections. So let me jump straight into the lessons that we've learned. The first one is that there's an increasing level of targeting of journalists, the judiciary and the election management bodies. And this is a powerful tactic that is being used during elections by the people running disinformation campaigns. And often these institutions are accused of bias, incompetence, or even portrayed as corrupt and unreliable. And of course, the whole aim is to undermine the credibility of these institutions and the people that work within them, and eventually erode public confidence and promote diversionary alternative narratives to sow discord and confusion. This happens in almost every country that we've had that we've worked in. It's a tactic that is used across, and that's a key one that needs to be looked into. The second one is that ethnicity, culture, and religion are often elevated and exploited during disinformation campaigns around elections. And as you know, African countries are made up of multiple ethnic groups. Each country has multiple ethnic groups. And so often the campaigns around disinformation mobilize along ethnic lines. And exploiting these divisions makes it easier for political campaigns to invoke ethnic, religious, even cultural solidarity. And this can be polarizing and can pollute public debate, and in a way that is intended to sway a win, to get a win out of the election campaign without necessarily attending to the public policy issues that are pertinent. So you know, we had it in Kenya with political dog whistling. We had it in Nigeria as well, and we'll see it in the other countries as well, I'm sure. The third lesson is that while people are more people are more digitally connected, voters are more than vulnerable to false information. So the growth of internet use in Africa is growing, but there are still challenges in how people access and understand information and navigate the digital information ecosystem. So the digital experience is less enabling for African voters, if I can put it that way. And of course, this is a result of limited digital literacy. People are still new to these things and still don't know how to navigate the online landscape. And also there's inaccessible and poor quality public information. The other challenge is the language challenge. Often the content presented on the internet is in English, French, or Arabic. And not every connected African speaks these languages. We had an experience during COVID 19, we were running a media literacy campaign in Senegal. And we quickly realized that not everybody spoke French in Senegal. In fact, the majority of the population speaks Wolof. And so it was important for us to then create or recreate the content that we had produced in a language that could be understood by the majority of the population. And this is not the case entirely with the vast amounts of content that is presented to Africans. It's often in English and French. Even our own content that we produce for the website in terms of fact-checking reports, we do try to translate it into local languages as much as possible so that it can be easily understood. And of course, with the online connectivity, which is poorly regulated, it's very easy for promoters of political disinformation to use that opportunity to sow discord. The other challenge we have is media houses that are online are putting up paywalls. And we see that in South Africa, we see that in Kenya, we see it a bit in Nigeria. This makes quality information inaccessible and forcing them to rely on lower quality information that is accessible through social media. Then that's really another challenge. The other challenge we have is, or the other lesson we have is that government regulation is a risky proposition. I did a trip last year to the EU, and one of the discussions we were having is around regulating social media, the internet, and all of that. And I quickly realized that the Digital Services Act that the European Commission has in place, which also supports the work of fact checkers, interestingly, is something that we would want to aspire to, but unlikely to have in the African context. But the point about it is when so most threats to democracy are regulated by governments. However, when it comes to political disinformation, government regulation is difficult because some in power may use the levers of state to their own ends instead of trying to stop the spread of false and misleading information. So there's a challenge about how you use regulation in a way that is fair and enables good social media practices. I mean, in some countries such as Uganda and Nigeria, when social media platforms have where those countries have cracked down on social media platforms, the authorities just basically mismanage that whole process. And so state authorities can sometimes mean to combat false information and hate speech, but end up suppressing the right to information and freedom of expression. And that's a real concern. The last lesson, and this is before I go to propose solutions, is that platforms remain unaccountable in Africa. We work with a few of the social media platforms, including Facebook, and we've noticed how when it comes to around elections, there's a significant investment in tools, funding, and resources to tackle misinformation. But as soon as the elections are over, they move on to a fire somewhere else. and there's a need to hold platforms to account for being conduits of misinformation and disinformation. And as I mentioned, we work with Facebook. Twitter does not have a fact-checking program. WhatsApp does, which is somewhat limited. I don't know if Telegram does or Instagram. Oh, so Instagram does too. TikTok and YouTube continue to be a challenge for fact checkers. It's simply that discussion is not moving ahead to introduce third-party fact checking on those programs. So there's a lot to do with platforms that operate very let me say behind the shadows, using an algorithm that we all still don't understand how it works, other than it prioritizes, it amplifies certain things and downplays other things. So it's a real challenge, but for us it's a challenge around how do African governments and civil society hold these foreign multinationals accountable for political disinformation beyond the obvious data protection and digital laws.
No,
So,
we are just running a bit late. If you could just quickly go to some of the key solutions, that would be really great.
All right. So in terms of the key solutions, for us, the one key solution we believe is digital and information literacy, helping the population understand, or ordinary folk understand how to access information, how to read the news, how to discern credible information from less credible information. And we are involved in work where we literally going into schools, teaching young people on basically understanding information and being able to distinguish between mis and disinformation, good and bad quality information. So that's the one thing that we believe will take us forward. Then we believe in collaborations. It's important for fact checkers to work with mainstream media, particularly around elections, and in a joint effort to preempt, to debunk, and basically call out harmful political disinformation. The other thing we believe in, and this is the last point, is as technology evolves, fact-checking organizations need to build partnerships with platforms, and so that we can have tools that keep pace with the evolution of disinformation. Often we come in while disinformation is already spreading. It would be good to start using some of the artificial intelligence that these digital platforms have to start preempting some of this misinformation and disinformation and intervene at that point. That's my bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Noko. I mean, for shining the light on political disinformation. I think elections are very, very fraught moments, and also are very easily captured by disinformation campaigns. And I think, as you rightly said, in 2023 and 2024, more than a dozen countries, both in Asia Pacific and on the African continent, are going for elections. So this is a new ecosystem that we have to deal with. I don't want to frustrate the audience or the speakers. We can take one pressing question. If there's one burning pressing question that anyone wants to ask either Noko or Michael, we can entertain that. But otherwise, we will thank them, although they will be with us continuously online whenever they can. But we don't have a question. We will thank both Michael and Noko for this really insightful sort of conversation and best context and best practice around Australia. And as you rightly said, the African continent, which obviously is a tall order. And I will invite all of you for a coffee break. There's a tea break in G1. Our students will guide you. We have a very, as I said, it's a very sort of shoestring program that we are working around. So we've got 10 to 15 minutes for the tea break, and then we'll come back for panel 1, which is on the state of information communication and data in Mauritius. So thank you everyone for this. Closes our opening session and our 2 keynote speakers, and I look forward to see you back for the panel 1. So G1, our students will guide you. Thank you so much.
Although we have bought some time was very Perfect. Excellent.
Voilà. Elle dit l'imbécile, c'est possible d'avoir une petite intervention, s'il vous plaît. Oui. Écoutez, oui, s'il vous plaît. En fait, je ne travaille pas, mais là, je travaille régulièrement là. Non, pas dans le temps. Thank you. Thank you.
Va être là, Non, là, là, les petits locales, là, les vous animés à penser. Ouais. Ensuite, nous prenons un rapport qui peut sortir pour parce que ça n'a pas bougé beaucoup, non? À cause de l'ordinateur.
À travers une plateforme, c'est-à-dire online, Facebook, par exemple, des jeunes, c'est un utilisateur des online technologies. Là, c'est vraiment un niveau de l'information pour qu'on puisse, mais aussi ça correspond, c'est au niveau de l'individuel qui est très important et dans l'individuel, une nouvelle imbalance entre par contre, ils sont 3, ce sont 2, 5. Tout à l'heure, il y a aussi. C'est très important en tant que génère et organise.
C'est mon sur le côté carrément. Regarde, c'est sympa. C'est bon. On un petit peu.
peux récupérer le plat.
Oui, bonjour, ça va et vous?
On avait eu quelques minutes et puis c'est. Non, hein? Non, mais dû basculer mon 5-5, donc Mhm.
13 000, 25.
Ok, moi je vais aller prendre le.
1, 2, 3.
Vous avez besoin d'autres choses comme le printing?
Non,
Anything else from the printing?
On va prendre le plaid.
Ouais, ouais, ouais.
On va déjà le bouquet. Mais le bouquet, ouais.
Tu sais, mets le bouquet. Tu vas pas te servir de ça.
Non.
Mets le
C'est
bouquet
mon
là.
bébé, c'est ça. Et donc,
Ah
c'est
non,
mon
non, ils vont être
cadeau.
en colère.
Je vais le mettre là, non?
Bien, mets-le là-bas. Comme ça, c'est.
Où, là? Au bas, c'est gênant. Ouais, allez, je peux le mettre là.
Allez, laisse-moi aller chercher ça.
Alors, un tic.
Par contre, de quoi il était
Oui.
en sport.
Oui, oui, oui. Oui. C'est pas grave, c'est pas grave. On va y arriver. Tu m'en vous pouvez la main ou bien tu peux aller tu la main? Tu peux juste aller aux toilettes. Et puis je reviens parce que j'ai mes affaires. Pas un petit peu. Sûr? Non, mais allez-y.
Non, non, sûr, oui. Oui, oui.
Oui, oui, je l'ai fait. Pardon.
Ça va?
Le fauteuil a un souci.
Tu as quoi?
Non, le fauteuil a un souci.
Quel souci?
Pourquoi?
Oh, c'est pas grave. Oh là là.
Non, mais heureusement que demain, ça va.
Oh, tu vas nous envoyer une facture de dry cleaning,
Non,
là.
ouais, voilà, j'ai un rouleau. Première chose. Très bien.
Et
Donc, je mets le cadeau.
qu'est-ce que je dois faire là? Je dois faire tellement.
tous ceux qui sont là. Mais il n'y a que vous deux. Je pense que ils ont dit que vous êtes il faut que ce soit sur YouTube. Parce que on est en train de faire un film de Zoom. De chaise. Non, hein?
Non, en fait, c'était déjà
Qu'est-ce que je... C'est déjà cher, non? Non, non, non. Et...
I'm Katie, I work with you.
Qu'est-ce que je... Lequel je peux ajouter chemin, s'il te plaît? Parce que là, on est déjà dessus. Ouais. Mais quand tu vas changer de screen, essaye quand tu fais ce screen, quand tu vas changer de screen, on va avoir ça en principe. On se met sur le côté.
Bon, il y avait quelqu'un là sur le terrain, mais c'est que pas vous. Je ne suis pas là quand j'ai appelé. Je ne suis pas à la vie. Non, c'était mais
Ça va? Bonjour, ça va?
Ouais, j'ai plus. Ça a déjà commencé.
Tu peux me donner le micro, c'est rare là-bas. Qui va s'occuper des micros par la suite. Vous récupérez 2 micros ici avec nous, mais qui va utiliser des micros pour faire balader pour les conditions. Voir un petit peu qui va s'en occuper. On va vous dire que pour faire balader. Oui, ça marche, mais votre alimentation du dernier slide, ça va faire. Attendez, je vais enlever. Merci. Good morning, everyone. Can I start, please? Thank you for coming back for this second part of our workshop today. The panel one will be based on the state of information, communication, and data in Mauritius, key trends in disinformation. First of all, we would like to welcome our three panelists, Mrs. Maddock, first, from Data Protection Commissioner, Data Protection Commissioner, Mr. Dabi Singh, IT Director, ICTA, and Mr. Mutusami, Executive Director, Media Expertise. We will now move on to some digital usage in Mauritius, which we found from the beginning of 2023. These numbers are quite significant for the use of internet, social media, different types of social media in Mauritius. For example, for internet in Mauritius, we've got approximately 878,000 users. Social media, in a nutshell, 875,000 users. Facebook Messenger, around 600,000 users. Instagram, 326 users. LinkedIn, 390.
thousand users, Twitter 129 million, 1,000 users, and 1.98 million mobile connections. These numbers are quite huge because we are quite a small island and a small population. Now we're coming to some more statistics concerning false information and misled information. This has an impact on different themes, for example, COVID-19, politics, celebrities, climate change, migration, and different types of products, which we have all come across, for example, scams. What is of interest here? What is shown are the different continents, and what is of our interest here is the different statistics that are based on Africa. We are quite close to the Africa region, and Mauritius stands out and is quite relevant to the African statistics that are shown here.
Thank you, Sandra. So I think this was just things that we wanted to show you, just to set a bit the scene about what the context is in terms of digital usage, in terms of the increase in access to the internet and to social media, and in terms of how also disinformation can be categorized, and which ones are more prevalent on the continent. And as Sandra has noted, in terms of things like COVID-19, politics, these are very much relevant on the African continent, of which we are part. And we can ask the question, do we actually have the same trends in Mauritius, or is it a bit different? So these are things that maybe we're going to discuss with our panelists. We have some people who have a legal background, some have a technical background, and some are from the journalistic background as well as training. So we wanted to have this kind of opening because we want to have a conversation, because we don't want this to be like a silo. We want everybody to be able to participate in the conversation. So what we're going to do is maybe I'd like to first turn to Mr. Debbie Singh from ICTA, reacting about this first graphic on disinformation on different continents, including the African continent. Would you say on the ground as the regulatory body, because you do see, I gather, complaints about misuse of social media platforms, and more particularly about disinformation. Would you say that in Mauritius we have the same kinds of issues? It's the same kind of categories of disinformation that are more prevalent? I understand that you get complaints. Can you give us an indication about the volume and the nature of those complaints in Mauritius?
Thank you, Mrs. Yusuf. So I'm Debbie Singh of the ICTA. I head the IT department. Now, coming to your question, we have the same trend in Mauritius in terms of the complaints pertaining to online social media. But then when it comes to disinformation particularly, this is not the case as we see elsewhere, because most of the content that we entertain pertains to abusive content, most of them. Maybe in the content there is some degree of disinformation into that, but then the number of complaints that we entertain mostly is abusive content. In terms of volume, for this year to now, I received around 50 complaints. But then it would be a good opportunity for me to highlight, to explain to you how the ICTA works with respect to these kind of complaints. So the ICTA is a regulatory body for the ICT sector, and as such, our main mandate is to come up with licensing framework for the operators. What I mean by that is that we regulate the infrastructure of the ICT operators. We regulate the services of the ICT operators. But when it comes to applications or data which sits on these two layers, we don't have a stake at it. For example, when it comes to WhatsApp, OTTs in general, we don't regulate that because we don't have the mandate to do that. We are strictly a technical regulator which looks into infrastructure and services. But then there is one function in the ICT Act which says that we have to curtail and regulate illegal and harmful content on the internet. This is a very tall order. Contrary to the other two mandates, we have a very well-defined scope of work licensing framework, which guide our work in terms of regulating these infrastructures and services. But when it comes to this particular mandate, it's a greenfield. So how do we tackle this problem? Basically, the major problem that we are facing right now is that we don't have power investigation under the Act. So when we get these complaints, most of the time we do inform the complainants about how to go about it, but then we have to refer matter to the police. This is very frustrating to everybody, but then this is how the way it works, because we are not vested with power investigation under the Act. But then, given the nature of problems on internet, even if we were given the power of investigation under this Act, I don't think that this will have solved our problem. Because the nature of the internet is so that when a crime is committed on the internet, it can be committed anywhere in the world. So the police is facing the same problem of how do they tackle these issues of cybercrime, because somebody in another country can be committing the crime and the victim will be in Mauritius. So how to tackle this problem is a very difficult problem in terms of the legal rational way of doing things. Now, in order to make some progress on this matter, let's see how this is being taken care at the international level. One good benchmark would be the EU. I think both of the previous speakers talk about that. The approach has been to move away from the content creators. Instead of targeting the content creators, they are targeting now the online platform which hosts this content, because it is global, it is accessible, and then these are a central point where all the information is stored. So the approach at the level of the EU has been to adopt a self-regulatory framework. Both of your speakers previously mentioned that, whereby they came up with code of practice, which where all the big players like Google, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and all these social media platforms sign it to adhere to the code of practice therein. But then, as you rightly mentioned, with COVID-19 and with the last election in the US, the rise in fake news, fake info has come to such an extent that this kind of self-regulatory framework has its own limits. Right? This is why it was mentioned that co-regulation, self-regulation is not adequate. Co-regulation is the next way forward. And the previous speaker also mentioned about that in the EU. To move up from the self-regulatory, they came up with Digital Services Act. And in this Digital Services Act, which was enforced, I think, in November 2022, the responsibility is being given to the online service providers like the social media platforms. Provisions that they are accountable to whatever they do. They are not content neutral. Is one of the most important aspects. Right? So this is the way it is going. And now, if we take new technology, AI, with the use of AI, the prevalence of fake news, of deep fake, which is becoming much and much more easy, is exponential. So trying to come up with a legal framework where we're going to address the issue of disinformation manually seems to be unrealistic. This is why, on the one hand, tools like AI are being used to come up with disinformation. On the other hand, the same tools, similar tools, should be used to counteract this kind of deepfake. This is why the EU came up with provisions saying that online service providers have to come up with measures to counter this kind of disinformation. And I think one of the speakers was mentioning about the algorithm that is being used by this. In fact, this algorithm, one of them is AI itself. Right? But I'm talking as a technician. My view on that is one technical regulatory measure that can be enforced. Of course, this is not a silver bullet. We need a holistic approach to tackle this problem, is blockchain. Because what is the issue of fake news, fake information online is that we don't know the provenance, we don't know the authenticity, we don't know the integrity of this information. Whereby when you're going to use blockchain technology, what is blockchain? In fact, this is the foundational stone of what 3.0. Everybody talks about what Web 2, Web 1, Web 2, Web 3. So the difference between Web 2 and Web 3 is that in Web 2, the interactivity element that is given online is being provided by the big players, Google, Facebook. So you give information to Google and you can interact because it's a social platform whereby there is interactivity. But the price to pay for that is very high because you are giving all your personal data to these kind of platforms and they use it for marketing purposes afterwards.
We'll come to
Yeah.
data protection. I think this will be an interesting question when we come to the Data Protection Commissioner. I wanted to react on what you were saying, and I was wondering, can you provide us some statistics, because we understand that those platforms are hosted elsewhere, so that makes it difficult to regulate. But do you, as an authority, make takedown requests on behalf of the government and of the authority itself towards these social media platforms? And if so, can you tell us about how many takedown requests and how effective these requests are?
In fact, the way we proceeded is that once we take a complaint, for the takedown notice, which is when we go to the admin of Facebook, we directly through a focal point, which is certainly. So it is the certainly that contact Facebook to take down content which is deemed illegal and malicious. So in terms of statistics, what we do, I was telling you, on the overall for 1 year, we get about 200 complaints, but we are not the one who contacted Facebook directly. It's certainly that contacted you on the matter.
And out of these 250 are related to disinformation, that's what you said earlier.
Not exactly the information, but most harmful kind of abusive data.
Okay, anything specific really about disinformation that you can tell us? Are there specific actors that are regular offenders in terms of creating and disseminating disinformation that you've noticed? Is there any trend?
No, in fact, we don't dwell deep into the complaint itself, because I was telling you, we stay at the level of the so we're technical regulators.
Okay.
So we transfer it to the police who have the power investigation, because we're not vested with this power, so we don't get into the nitty-gritty of the complaint when it pertains to abusive content on the social media.
All right.
There's a demarcation line between us
Okay.
and the.
But I suppose you get the information, the feedback from the police anywhere, because you've reported this you've transferred this to the police.
To be frank,
Sometimes you do get a feedback.
to be frank with you, that is frustration. Why? Because it goes to a dead end. The solutions to the feedback that comes is very negative, either from the complainant or from the police, because they don't actually get any timely response from Facebook or any other online platform. You see, the reason for that is that Facebook or some kind of supra-government. Whatever your domestic law will tell you, they're not going to adhere to that. They have their own policy. If the complaint breaches their community policy, then they're going to take it down. Otherwise, it goes to a dead end.
Okay, that's not very encouraging, I'm afraid. But anyway, thank you for giving us this preliminary information. I think we're going to move on to the next panelist, the Data Protection Commissioner, Mrs. Madeb. Thank you for joining us on this panel. We've noticed that there are some regulations that exist, and I think Sandra will present some of the slides.
Yes, thank you. In fact, we have shortlisted some of the countries. Of course, this is not an exhaustive list. First of all, we would like to attract the attention on the EU, which has already been cited from the beginning of this workshop. What we can see is that they have a plan for the future. It is the regulation is on since 2022, and they plan to carry on with amendments in 2023 and 2024. Another one which strikes out is the UK Online Safety Bill, which came up in 2019 and still being amended in 2023. Then there is the Australia Online Safety Act 2021, which was mentioned earlier, and which is also undergoing amendments. And finally, the Indian Information Technology Act 2000, which has been amended in 2008 and in 2022, and which is going to be renamed in 2023. Okay, so what about the legislation in Mauritius? There are 4 acts which have passed. The first one is the Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Act, which was enacted in 2021, and now it's being repealed. The act is being repealed. The act that was the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act in 2003 is being repealed now. Then there is the ICT Act 2001. After that, there is the IBA Act 2002 and the Data Protection Act 2018. All these are being amended till now.
Thank you.
May I? Thank you. I am very sad, I must say, about the level of ignorance on our laws actually in Mauritius. It's incredible that, we exist since 2009. And every year we publish a guide on data protection. I brought one with me. It's Data Protection and the Media, 2019 edition. And we don't know that the Data Protection Act regulates the internet. We don't know that the Data Protection Office has powers of investigation. We don't know that actually to combat this information, it is actually data protection laws. Okay, that's I'm actually, I get very emotional when I see the level of ignorance, especially not only in Mauritius, but everywhere, with regard to the focus on technology, the focus on technological laws, and the neglect of human rights laws brought in equilibrium to technological laws. When I talk about technological laws, it's actually what has been referred to previously, digital services, online safety, very good initiatives. But the focus should be primarily on human rights. I am a barrister, I'm a human rights specialist, I am the Data Protection Commissioner. As any institution or public office, wherever, in the world, including Mauritius, we are subject to high-level criticism, which we embrace. We don't say no to constructive criticism. But a very important criticism that I have is that we are educating this population on human rights implications, on privacy implications every day. We receive around 100 complaints a year on disinformation, on any aspect of personal data mishandling. And yet, we haven't reached that stage where we can actually say that our main actors, I'm not talking about the population. The population is always, not easy to sensitize. This is a fact for every area of law, especially law. And data protection is very recent in the panoply of laws tackling these issues. So definitely we agree there is some kind of ignorance, legal ignorance that is happening, and we give time to people to understand. But what about our actors? We have the state, we have industry, we have media, we have civil organizations, non-NGOs, civil society. What about them? They don't come to us for education. Okay, good enough is that we have published this guide, which is called Data Protection and the Media. We sent this in 2019 to the Media Council for, responsible journalism. And we haven't received any feedback from the media organizations involved. Actually, the main actors of properly disseminating good information, adopting good information practices, all it's in this guide. how to tackle data protection issues and to enhance responsible journalism. But I must say that we haven't seen anything coming from the media, but we receive a lot of criticism from the media. We do. Why? So there is this element of cooperation between the various actors which is missing. We don't cooperate with each other. We extend our hands, but nothing comes in return. And that is a very strong message that I'm sending to media, is that if you want to be, in line with, in conformity with laws, then you must go and see the persons concerned and get yourself educated. It's important, okay? And not only that, the state as well is the most magnificent actor in propagating information, right? We talk about freedom of information laws. All starts with data protection laws. We have submitted to the government, and I've seen in the papers as well, Freedom of Information Act being debated, organizations sending their recommendations to government. We did that 13 years ago. We did it again last year with a proper recommendation for freedom of information laws in Mauritius, based on the UK model. Why the UK model? Because in the UK, everything started with a Data Protection Commission, then moving on to what we call the Information Commission, right? But this law that we have, the Data Protection Act of 2018, is a very, very important piece of law. Why? It's in line with EU General Data Protection Regulation. EU General Data Protection Regulation covers all, it's got 99 articles. It covers everything about information, everything. So explicit that sometimes people are getting confused. Each article has got around 10 subsections. Okay, so just imagine the volume of legality in that EU GDPR. We have adopted our law to the EU GDPR. We have also adapted our law to the one and only unique treaty, international treaty on data protection, Convention 108 plus. All right. So what is missing in this law is perhaps, yes, we have certain, local context provisions that are in, we have to respect them, but we are an investigatory body. We investigate. We enforce the law, but we do that in collaboration with the police. Yes, I recommend prosecution, and then the police has a duty to follow up on this. So what happens at the level of the police is unfortunately not within my jurisdiction, which means to say that yes, enforcement can become problematic when you're collaborating with another institution and it's not you who is supervising each and every aspect of it. So this is how it's operating for the time being. We have suggested the government for a very long time that we be given a prosecution unit. So if we're given that prosecution unit, which I think is going to happen, then there is no problem about enforcement of data protection principles in any area. And I would also like to say is that each and every organization, whether it's public, private, etc., has to appoint a data protection officer according to the Data Protection Act. If you don't do this, it's an offense. If you don't have a data protection officer in your organization, it's an offense, and I can prosecute you on that. Which means to say that you need to have an officer who is supervising the application of the law in your organization. And we are setting up a forum this coming Friday, we're launching it, where actually we are creating a network for data protection officers to come together and discuss as to how they want to cooperate and improve their knowledge. We give them in-house trainings, okay? And not to say that every controller, what we call everyone handling data in Mauritius has to register with us. That's how we start the line of compliance. And there are so many other things that I can talk for hours. I think we won't finish right now.
Thank you so much. I think we've received the message loud and clear. You've got lots of things that you want to, get into our minds. I can understand this difficulty of enforcing, and even if you had prosecution, you expect to have prosecution power. It would still be difficult. So I was wondering. You were talking about the local scene, but when it comes to data protection for content which pertains to local citizens, but which are hosted elsewhere, what is the recourse? Because I've read recently that, for example, even for the EU GDPR, it's very difficult because a lot of those social media platforms have their headquarters in Ireland in the EU.
Yes.
And I think I've read that most of those, most of the complaints pertain to, I think 80% to the 8 tech giants. And Ireland has not been very, very good at enforcing that, even though it's, compliant, supposed to be compliant.
Yeah.
So I suppose it's much more difficult for Mauritius.
No,
Is
you will
it?
be surprised.
Oh, really?
Okay, let me explain how it works. So we are living in an interconnected world, right? Data is traveling every second, everywhere in the world. So it means that the data in Mauritius is always perhaps somewhere in the world. And it's not easy to say that, data is located in Mauritius, first of all. And we have a section in our law which says, Section 36 says that every transfer happening outside the territory of Mauritius, there are a number of safeguards that the person transferring the data has to satisfy. If you don't, it's an offense under the law. This is one. So this is how we regulate the transfer of the information from Mauritius abroad. Now, second thing is that because the nature of investigations in the data protection landscape is global, so how do we actually collaborate with our entities? I have collaborated with the Island Commissioner on Cambridge Analytica, right? But all our inquiries are confidential. We don't divulge to the public what we do. Actually, we do anonymize all names as well when we publish on our website the people that we are inquiring about. That's according to our law. It's confidential. So we don't come up and say, with a big, tambour that, we have done this, we have done that, because it's confidential and I'm not allowed to say that to the public. But we do give them the gist of our decisions on the website where we publish the reasoning that we have used in a particular case. This we do. So yes, we do collaborate with them. We have a specific function in our Data Protection Act where I am obliged to cooperate with other data protection authorities in the world. So why do we cooperate with them? It's not for dissemination of knowledge, because we do have this knowledge. It's for investigations. That's where we collaborate with other data protection authorities. So if there is a data protection authority in Congo and he wants to get information on a particular incident, which has probably originated in Mauritius, but land up in Congo, we have to collaborate with them, but in a strictly confidential way, because it's involving people which may not be Mauritian citizens, but they, like Mauritian and Congolese citizens. So we have to respect that. But then to say that, this is not happening, no, it is.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I'm sure we'll have lots of questions afterwards in the Q&A session for you. So now we move on to the next set of slides, and we'll go back to Jean-Luc Mutusami, who will be able to comment on these.
Yes.
Yes, Sandra.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move on the statistics pertaining to disinformation in Mauritius. And we have aligned with the ranking of Mauritius versus other countries from Reporters Sans Frontières. And this is our visual. So our best ranking was in 2007. We were 25 over a total of 169 countries. Our worst ranking was in 2014. We were 70 on a total of 180 countries. And our current ranking is 63 over a total of 180 countries once more.
Thank you, Sandra. Jean-Luc, maybe you would like to, because you're, as a former journalist, you do training and you do a lot of advocacy also about freedom of information, freedom of the press, freedom of expression, freedom of opinion. So where do we stand? I mean, it looks like we are sometimes okay, sometimes we are in, we're not that bad, but we're not as good as we could be. How do you see this situation?
Thanks, Christina, and thanks for having me. This ranking is about freedom of the media, freedom of the press, and not about disinformation directly. But I think it's just a ranking, like any ranking, and we have to take it as such, because we can be 63 this year because others have done better than us. And it's like if I take the Seychelles, which was ranked 17 last year and is 32nd, I think, this year. Not much has changed. Perhaps others have done better. So it has to be taken like that, as just as a ranking, but also there's a methodology behind it. It's interesting also to know how all this is seen and how this ranking is made. What I'd like to say on this RSF ranking, it's also what they say today is that it's not because there are free media in Mauritius, because the media today can publish. We have representatives of the mainstream media here, and the written press, the radio, and electronic media. There is the state-run media. The private media can write, can publish, but it's the environment that makes it difficult in certain situations. It's the environment, it's what are the regulations around, what are the things that makes it difficult. It's like now I'm talking in a wireless microphone. And tomorrow maybe certain media may not be able to use a wireless microphone, or those who have a blog or who just use who have a Facebook page because they may not have the means to use a wireless microphone. This is the environment in which our media is working. And there is also one thing that we need to keep in mind, and I think Mrs. Madden addressed this here. It's not just about the media, it's also we're working in another kind of environment where we have media sources who may be those who bring in this information. Because when let's say you're reporting about Parliament, and that you say what has been said in Parliament with parliamentary immunity, and you have to report what has been said. You can question what has been said, but you have to report what has been said. And if what has been said is not true, you get into this trap of disinformation. So there is this issue of media sources. The other thing is there is social media all around mainstream media. And I would like here to say that we need to support the mainstream media. We definitely need to support those who've been here before social media. Why? And then we can come to who runs these media, etc., etc. But I won't get into this now. Why we need to do that? I've worked for a little time in l'Express, but a long time in Le Mauricien.
And in Radio 1
And
as
in
well.
Radio 1 later. But I'd like to stress on the written press first, and then we can talk about radio, because I spent just 1 year in Radio 1. We had editorial meetings. If we didn't have these editorial meetings every morning, it would just be about false news. If you don't have an editorial meeting where you sit down with older journalists, younger journalists, and you confront what you have, the angles that you have, and then you come up with an editor-in-chief who decides, but who has around him people that may think differently than he thinks. This is what makes a rich media, rich content. So this is something on which we need to focus, is that we need to have reference media, not just one, it can be different reference media, but we need to rely on some media. Today, what happens is that there's a loss of trust, I guess. I have not found figures about this level of trust in the media today, but certainly there is an issue about that has to be addressed, certainly, because we are on that slope where reference media or not, where mainstream media maybe doesn't have the same, I'd say, get the same trust from people. Why we need this? Because today, social media, there is no editorial line on social media. There's no line. We don't know for whom they're running. I may have a Facebook page, I write on my Facebook page, but my line is that what I write on my Facebook page is what I would have written in Le Mauricien when I was working there, or on Radio 1, because this is how I work. But lots of people, they don't have to, they have no accountability whatsoever. They can write whatever they want. So saying today, putting on the same, I'd say, when you compare, if you compare mainstream media and social media or blog or whatever, it's not the same thing. The interests are not the same. Public interest is not seen in the same way. It's more private interest versus public interest. So today, why disinformation is getting wider and wider, it's because those, and this is the last element, I would say, for me, which is the most important, it's the public. Today, we don't have a proper media literacy. We came from a situation where there was only one radio and one television, the written press, of course, but what was coming inside the homes for free or paying the license fee, but it was radio and television, which is state run. And then we have now these private radios coming in, and people have that tendency of thinking that because there is the private radio, there are social media, etc., they can voice out whatever they want. And many of these private outlets, unfortunately, just broadcast, even if they have a kind of delay button that they press when someone is saying something that should not be said on air. Sometimes the bullet is already out. And we know that it also depends on who is holding the mic, who is running the show. Some people are trained, others are not. And it's not just about training journalists, it also has to be editors-in-chief who are themselves trained or who adhere to certain principles. Because you can have the best trained journalists working in one newspaper or in a radio, and with an editor-in-chief who doesn't adhere to certain principles.
Absolutely.
So it's not just about journalists on one side. It's not about media practitioners or media those who run media. It's all this which has to be taken into consideration when we address this question of disinformation. I'd say one thing that we have to be very careful about is these are the sources that we have today, and the tendency of running with just one source and not cross-checking with 2 or 3 others, because we have this pressure, because there is the competition around. Why have you taken this out? You've not. We didn't have this today, but the others have it today. No, because I had to check. Oh, you take too much time to check. So this is the problem. Everything is going fast. We've got to check. We've got to make sure that we adhere to some principles, basic principles. Old recipes work. It's not because they are old. They still work, and we still need them desperately today.
Thank you, Jean-Luc. I think there's a lot to unpack in this. Maybe, I mean, in the second panel, we're going to have the current media professionals from the local scene, and they will probably react to what you were saying, because maybe there is a perception that the lines are increasingly blurred, because you made a distinction between mainstream media and the others, saying that there's professional standards and you've got editorial conferences. But I mean, sometimes we might feel that even the disinformation is seeping into the news desks themselves. And that also calls for the question of, I mean, how we've talked about regulation, how far do you think the state or the authorities have to go in terms of regulating content online and not overstepping into censorship? That's also a fine line. I mean, what is your view on that? Just quickly.
Yeah,
Very
very
quickly.
quickly. The blur. I put another element in the blur line. It's the information versus communication.
Mhm.
Today, more and more people are coming in with pre-written things. It's good that communication agencies work well and they earn well their lives. That's great for them. I'm happy for them. But when they come in with pre-written interviews and sometimes just placed through certain newspapers or certain media, it doesn't help. Also on this side,
We've got some communication professionals, I think,
Yeah,
in the room. They're probably going to
and
react.
I think this
Some of
this
them
doesn't
coming from
help.
the media themselves,
Yeah,
as
sure,
former
sure, no
professionals.
problem.
Yeah.
But this doesn't help.
Mhm.
About now, regulation or not, I think at some point we need regulation just for us to make sure that the public is protected, because at the end of the day we're talking about public interest. We're not just about economic interest or being first or having the highest ratings in the news. We need this, but this has to go through dialogue. We need to talk. We can talk to each other in this country. When I saw one document about upcoming rules concerning electoral coverage, when there was that document about fairness and impartiality between for news providers, and there was one line saying that the authority, I think it was the IBA, saying that for radios, I think the authority will come up with rules. But to come up with rules, we've got to talk. We've got to discuss. And I think that there are sufficiently mature people in all newsrooms to sit down and talk. It has to come to protect the public. And I think this is one thing,
Yes.
and we are coming to public, the protection of the public and human rights. And this is what this work is all about.
Just very quickly, because I think it's important, on regulation, is that if you have a proper look at the Cybercrime Act of 2021, it's in line with the Budapest Convention. So it covers all regulation of social media in a very comprehensive and in line with international standards. So we are not operating in a legal vacuum here for regulation of social media. But I do agree with you for the electoral, ways in Mauritius, the practices is that we have a law, electoral act or whatever, which dates very long time. And in this area, we can come up with some best practices. Even if we don't update the laws, we can come up with best practices where actually we enhance the fairness, transparency, and accountability principles in electoral principles. Not to say always laws, because I think we tend to think that we don't have laws. We do have laws. What we don't have is digestion of the laws. And that is the problem in our society, because it's not only for normal people like us, laymen, but for legal practitioners as well. It's a big hassle to understand laws.
Maybe we need
It's
to have
a
communication
level
people
of
to help you out.
mastery which goes beyond education. It's a lot of practice in the field. For example, I can tell you for data protection, it's a big issue for legal. They come to us to ask us, how do we interpret? So it's not a simple thing, just to understand laws and make them, like we go to courts, right? We have so many judgments. One saying this, the other one saying the other, right? So we agree that people tend to think differently. We agree to that. But there is a common line of interpretation, which is the basic one, the foundational one, which should not be derogated from. And this is where you tend to have one issue, disinformation. Disinformation is a product, it's a human product, right? We create disinformation. Information as it is, data, is neutral. There's nothing to misinterpret with data. It's us humans giving that interpretation to data, which makes it misinformation. So let us get that very clear. It's always us bringing in elements of distortion in how we should look at things objectively. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to react as well? Go ahead. Very good.
Just a quick reaction pertaining to your question specifically. How do we regulate online content? In this new Cybercrime Act, Cybersecurity Cybercrime Act, there's reference to moderation of online content, social platform. But the issue, understanding the law is one thing, but enforcing the law is another cup of tea.
Yes.
How are we in Mauritius going to enforce this measure with online social media platforms which are not found in the laws?
Mhm.
This is why the issue of disinformation, how we solve it, I think that if we approach it country-wise, it won't work. We have to come up with global solution. And this is why I'm mentioning about the EU, tackling the source of hosting disinformation by the EU. Once they implement these provisions, the benefits will percolate not only to the EU, but to all their countries. I'm talking from a practical standpoint.
Thank you very much. I think we all understand that it's a very, very complex situation. And probably also maybe all the different actors, they sometimes tend to stay behind their line and maybe the conversation is not happening because there's tension as well. There's a perception that when you're an authority, you represent government, there is this idea of political partisan, positions. Whereas we're talking about a public good, a common interest, a public space. So we understand it's very difficult. But maybe communication also is very key. And the issue of language, because like, for example, if today we're speaking in English, maybe this is not something which is accessible to everyone. And these also, there is a lot of efforts on the part of all of us, maybe to do that, move a step ahead and communicate in the language that people understand, maybe simplify. But I understand it's very difficult and we need more fora like these to get all the stakeholders together. Sometimes we might disagree with ICTA, for example. I've myself disagreed in the past, but I mean, we understand that there have been consultations and we are happy that things turn out, not so bad after all. But anyway, so we could go on and on, like lots of issues that we could expand on, but I think maybe it's time to listen to you people. We have maybe like 5-10 minutes maximum, just for quick Q&As. And if you have questions or comments, please try to be as concise as possible. If you want to address it to a particular person, just say so. You can speak in English, French, or Creole. That's the only free language I can master, and then I can translate if needed. So just raise your hand. You have got some students who can take the mic in the audience. Yes, Mr. Biar.
Thank you, Mrs. Nitu. It's not really a question. I want to bring clarification, but some 2 points raised by our speakers. First, Mrs. Maddox, about the document you said, and you referred to the Media Council. There is no Media Council in Mauritius. There is no Press Council in Mauritius. I'm a representative of the NDC today, but I happen to be the secretary of the Media Trust Board.
Yes, I think probably.
Yeah, we have a Media Trust Board, but the Media Trust is not the voice of the media.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, or fortunately, the Media Trust, the mandate of the Media Trust, statutorily is training of journalists and media. Second point, I would like to clarify my good friend Jean-Luc about referring to NBC, although he didn't mention NBC as state-run media. NBC is not a state-run media. But thanks God, if we were state-run media, most of our content most probably would be dictated by the state or the government or the politicians. We are a public service broadcaster as defined in the NBC Act. Now, how far the law is being applied, this is a different question and not relevant in this forum, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Biari. Okay, any other questions or comments quickly? Yes. Okay. Are there others who want to raise their hand just very quickly so I know if I have one?
Thank you. I'm just going to quickly rebound on what you said from the ICTA about abusive comments. It's a really interesting way of framing it, which is a very sort of enlarged understanding that abusive then captures it all. But it would be interesting to sort of dissect because, you know, when we talk about today in terms of understanding the nature of comments and then and the way that comments can be addressed. So I think we need to probably go beyond those blanket terms and dissect them so that we're able to address this situation. I would add to regulation and censorship, self-censorship. Today, we talk a lot about self-censorship because it goes down to the business model, you know, about ensuring that, you know, your business doesn't suffer, which then goes back to the tech companies. You know, this conversation about having this engagement and this collaboration with big techs, Facebook, Google, etc. But when it comes, because we've been working a lot on the African continent, the voices of certain countries are muffled because they're not big enough players, or Facebook says, yes, we will listen to you, but then there's no real, follow-up. And I think this is something that we have to be very concerned. The commissioner said something very interesting about data neutrality, which I agree, which is obviously very often sort of distorted by human dimension. The technology as well is supposed to be neutral. But today we see also the very creative use of technology, and bots and artificial intelligence are actually part of the mix of this information. So I think we need to have a much more clear understanding about what is data. And there seems to be, you know, this understanding that we use term in a very open-ended manner without sort of deconstructing it or making it simple or digestible, as you rightly said. So I think there's a lot of outreach work to be done. And, you know, it's great that you've come today to actually talk about your work, because I think, you know, a lot of people don't know about it.
Yeah.
And this whole issue of outreach is fundamentally important. So I think
Yeah.
this probably will be the first step of many steps. Let's keep fingers crossed.
Yeah, if I may just add, can I, or is it too much? Yes, no, I was just telling you that, you know, technology is actually being manipulated by humans, right? It's us giving a meaning to data through technology. So when we talk about technology, it's actually us operating everything. So the errors that we do, we transfer it to technology. Technology is neutral, all right? Data is neutral, but it's always us giving it meaning, and the different uses that we do, which actually distort or give it a different picture. So that's what it is about scientifically, all right? And also, I think, yes, what we are doing at the level of data protection, I think we should have outreach is always, more outreach is needed. But I think the Data Protection Office, with its existing resources right now, this is no justification. We are doing a lot for sensitization. And I think that, I hope that people appreciate this and they come to us. And if they want to collaborate like this, we are open to collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we'll have to wrap up this panel. I'm sure we'll have lots of questions and comments, and then you will have conversations during lunchtime. And anyway, some of those issues that we're discussing right now, they will spill over into the second panel, most probably. Oh, you had a question. I'm so sorry. Very quickly, Mr. Kwan.
If I could,
Yes.
within my 2 cents, I think one of the, first of all, I would like to commend the University of Mauritius and the Australian High Commission for jointly organizing this event, which perhaps brings all the stakeholders in the media industry. The University of Mauritius has pointed out some of the legislative trends in other countries, I think, which will be very useful in perhaps drafting the roadmap for media in Mauritius. One of the key challenges, because I see that the ICTA is positioning itself as a technical regulator, but this issue cuts across many areas. So it's not just regarding human rights. So I believe that perhaps we need to set up a superstructure, a kind of a watchdog.
We have one. We have one. We have one. It's called the National Cyber Crime Committee, which I'm a member of, and it's overarching all these bodies, the ZMU, ICTA, DPO. So we meet regularly around 3 weeks, okay, and we come up with frameworks, and we are addressing all these issues. So through the Cybercrime Act, they have set up this committee, and these are the people, you know, the right people who are also, we have NGOs, we have some private actors as well in this committee.
Yes, who can tackle all the
Yes.
different dimensions
Yes,
of the
yes,
issue.
yes.
And also, I think relying purely on persecution or enforcement will not resolve the issue. We have to also lay a lot of emphasis on education and propagation of best practices, especially at the grassroots level, at the journalist level. Because today information is instantaneous. So the minute it happens, it's published on Facebook, on Instagram, LinkedIn, and the harm could be already be done. I just perhaps a few months ago, the case of the fake wedding.
Yeah.
It spread like wildfire, or like the bushfire. So now for you to go and say it's a fake news, to repair it, but the harm has already been done.
Yeah.
So if we can sensitize, raise the awareness of the journalists to verify their sources, verify the information, and to be conscious of the impact we are having, perhaps we can prevent some of these cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kwangpun. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have this conversation again and again and again, and we'll, you know, find new angles to tackle it as well. So I think we can close the first panel, and I really would like to thank our panelists, Mr. Jean-Luc Mutusami, Mrs. Vode Sharmadeb, Mr. Philip Debising, for responding positively to our invitation. It's very, very important for us to have so different, you know, many different stakeholders that sometimes don't necessarily talk to each other on a public platform. And this is one of the mandates of the university, to provide a forum for that kind of discussion. So I hope this is just one of a series that will come up, and maybe you can invite us to your events as well.
Sure.
And we can
Yes.
discuss together. Thank you so much, and thank you also for your attention. So I will now invite the panelists for the second panel. We've got Mr. Ashok Biari, Mr. Bernard Delette, Mr. Khan, and Mr. Supol to join us on the podium.
Celui-là.
Allez-y, prenez place où vous voulez, on va installer les nameplates en fonction. Tu veux que je me mette? Tu veux te côté de... Il faut alors rajouter une chaise ou...
Je pense
Oui, il faut
qu'il
rajouter
faudrait.
une chaise. On je vais vous demander de vous décaler un petit peu, pas de la place pour les
Non.
autres. Je suis désolée, on est un peu à l'étroit. Non, mais
Il manque une chaise.
on va rajouter une chaise.
On va rapprocher.
On va rajouter. Sandra, non, il faut rajouter la chaise. Sandra,
Bon, il y a mes.
I'm sorry. All right, thank you. Sorry, we have a change of setup. So many people who want to squeeze in. We actually wanted to have even more people. Mrs. Geraldine Geoffroy couldn't make it today. She's sick, unfortunately. I know the Australian High Commission told us we want to have gender representation as well. We tried. But anyway, it's the voices that are important and what the ideas that we want to share and discuss together. All right, so thank you. Are you comfortable? I'm sorry. Il y a Iqbal, il y a Frère, il y a Delette, et puis il y a...
C'est bon.
Oui, c'est bon. All right, thank you. We are rolling from one panel to the other. That tells you about, you know, why there's so much interest and excitement around this subject area. You know, we will have the ability to switch. I know some people are more comfortable in French, or as Christina said, Creole. You know, feel free. The idea was to, because we have a number of overseas foreign embassies that we wanted to ensure inclusivity, but inclusivity also means the use of the language that Mike says that you're comfortable with. So this second panel, it brings in
practitioners. We've been talking about, we had regulators, we've had the data commissioner, we've had, so this gives the opportunity to mainstream media. Because I think, the conversation was also around, and we know that disinformation happens a lot online, but what can mainstream media do in terms of, addressing, because this particular workshop is about countering disinformation. It won't happen overnight, but it is through a series of awareness or understanding about what disinformation is all about. So maybe an opening question, and and I'll maybe each of you can respond. We've seen, and we've had a lot of discussion earlier in the keynote addresses, and then in panel one, that disinformation is everywhere. And there is obviously this understanding of what can we do individually to address that, to sort of shine light on that. I think it was Jean-Luc who mentioned that, editorial meetings are important to be able to filter that process and create this awareness. And the media, the mainstream media, let's call it the professional media, you have ethics, you have codes of conduct, you have ways of doing things, you have professional codes. And so if I can start with Iqbal, which is at the very end there, and Iqbal, you work for L'Express, La Sentinelle, which is a media, one of the media larger group. So when you run a story, when you organize your facts around the storytelling and making, most important elements that you factor in terms of ensuring that, are you aware about disinformation has a potential problem for your story?
I mean, yes, that's true. Disinformation. I mean, I'm going to probably have a very strange take on this topic, because first of all, I'm going to get to answering your question in a bit, but first let me just explain a little bit where I'm coming from. In my mind, this is not a fundamentally new animal that we're dealing with. I mean, before we used to call it by another name, it was called propaganda, political propaganda. I mean, just to give you an idea of how old this issue is, the first ever democratic elections ever held in Mauritius was in 1976. This was the first election held after independence in Mauritius. Now, there was one newspaper, it was called The Nation. It was owned by Mr. Kher Jagat Singh, if I'm not mistaken. And a very interesting article appeared in there. And this was just a month before the elections themselves were due. An interesting article appeared there that said that there was a fleet of Soviet warships that was making its way to Mauritius. And they were going to surround Port Louis. And in it, you had Red Guards and you had Soviet tanks and so on. Because the idea was, they got information, the nation got information, that should the MMM lose the elections, the Soviets would just walk in and help them carry out the coup. Okay, well, the MMM lost the elections, and as far as I can remember, no Soviet tanks ever came into Port Louis. This was The Nation. Now, to be fair, let's look at the other side as well. There was the MMM also had its own share of fake news making. At that time, the MMM was talking about the Cessna plane that landed in Madagascar that was full of weapons. And those weapons were intended for the militia that was supposedly been run by the TMST that was going to, be used to, kill off the MMM's leadership and all its supporters. So this is to give an idea that fake news in the Mauritian context is not really a new animal we're dealing with. But what was the difference in the past was that fake news basically was either stated by political leaders or it was by party-run newspapers such as Advance or Le Militant and so on and so on. So everybody knew exactly where the source, where this fake news was coming from, what agenda it was, what political purpose it was serving. So because of that, generally these political newspapers, right, they didn't have much credibility. Many of them went out of business very quickly. They got bogged down in court cases, or they sort of didn't develop a readership of their own, or maybe the party that was supporting them, lost power and there was sort of no advertising or no money being funneled in to keep them alive. The difference this time around, however, is that with the internet, you had absolutely no idea where this fake news is coming from. You have no idea where this what agenda is being served. You have no idea what political perspective is being furthered by this. And I'll give you one example. This is an example that I'm familiar with, so that's why I'm choosing it in particular. Following the 2019 election, there was a number of posts that appeared on Facebook. And this was about Bangladeshis voting in the Mauritian election, right? And on Facebook, the idea was that, okay, this election, it was swung by Bangladeshis who suddenly appeared on voting stations and started swinging the election one way. The trouble was there are less than 50 Bangladeshis registered at that time to vote in the whole of Mauritius, right? The second issue was that the number being cited kept changing. First it was 12,000 and then it was 8,000 and so on and so forth, right? So that, even there was no clarity on that. And it was clear that whoever came up with this had no idea how a Mauritian election was actually organized. But that did not stop this from becoming a legitimate political demand, because there was a leader of an extra-parliamentary political party that back in 2021 actually raised the demand that Bangladeshis should not be allowed to vote, or Commonwealth citizens should not be allowed to vote.
Iqbal,
Yeah.
we appreciate this context, which is very important. But I was just, and you rightly said, that it's not a new thing. But what is interesting is that it is now much more amplified, and it's very much in your face. So the question that I wanted to sort of, drill through is how do you deal with it? Are there any sort of, red flags that you sort of see out there which help you to sort of navigate that? I mean, the other, we talk about it as the disinformation then normal, like it's a big thing. So what are the set skills that you sort of develop as a journalist, to be able to help you to sort of navigate that maze, in a nutshell, please. And then because we'll have the opportunity to come back to some of those issues you've highlighted there.
In a nutshell, I would say first of all, there has to be a familiarity with the legal system in this country. Second of all, there has to be, every newsroom has to put their journalists through a crash course in Mauritian political history as well. Because very often all of this fake news is concerning things that either are not remarkable, have happened before.
Sure.
And a lot of fake news is actually just ill-informed news, actually. So there has to be also an understanding that newsrooms themselves have to inoculate themselves to some extent, because we're dealing with newsrooms that have limited resources, limited people. Now you cannot just flood WhatsApp groups organized with a newsroom. You cannot flood it with internet memes or things you find on Facebook. Right? So there has to be sort of a way that the newsrooms themselves have to change the way that they organize internally, how they interact with one another as well.
So you coming from La Sentinelle, is there any sort of mechanisms or best practices that are there? Very often there are simple ones, isn't there? Is there one or two you could sort of highlight, or this is totally alien?
I mean, there's no set sort of, this would be a weakness. And this is a weakness of the Britain press as in general, I think. There is no set system to counter fake news. This is generally best left to the devices of the editors, right? So, I mean, a journalist, okay, they can feel free, they can work, et cetera, but then ultimately it's the editor that then, decides, okay, they flag it. But of course, something slipped through.
We'll come back to you because you're in La Sentinelle, and Prem, you are at the Diffie Media Group. So maybe just to sort of echo and whether it's similar problems that you have, and what are the mechanisms that you, as a journalist, but also in your own media house, if they have rolled out anything which would help to sort of navigate that disinformation demo.
Okay, first of all, I think that the audience need to understand my background here, because I'm not a typical, I'm not a typical journalist. I mean, I'm a communications professional. And I think based on whatever's being discussed here, the communications perspective is also a very important aspect, because it's not only about disinformation these days, it's about news that are planted. It's about very highly paid people, professionals who are paid to influence journalists' perception. I mean, it was my job before I joined DP Media as a consultant. So, the thing is that the DP Media Group, by vocation, I mean, it's about the voice of the people, because I think it's a very, very important emphasis in the DP Media Group that c'est le droit à la parole au peuple. So the exercise become even more difficult. For example, I'll give you a very simple example that happens in the newsroom every day. You know, when you look at, for example, when somebody is the deuil, what do you call that, bereavement, the graph. You know, when somebody dies in hospital, you know, they go from a third phase of becoming aware of the death, and then they go through a phase of anger, where they blame every authority, and then they come to accept it. So every single person that quotes in Radio Plus would say that it's medical negligence. So how do you verify that it's medical negligence? So this is one example, you know, and companies, institutions, they are already presenting you with well-written subject content that you're very tempted, you know, to just copy and paste and put it in that. So how do you verify that? I think that Radio Plus, I'm not speaking on behalf of Radio Plus because I'm not in the newsroom per se. So they develop their own technique, you know, it's about discussing among peers. It's about diversifying your source of information. It's about verifying from the authoritative source and also counterbalancing, you know, with other sources. So I must say that going through talking to the various journalists in the press, you get a feeling that they've developed their own way, you know, because today sources of information is multiplying into myriad competing sources. So you've got your own way of verifying with peers, of discussing among yourselves, of discussing among people, of discussing among opinion leaders, and it happens naturally, instinctively.
It's organic.
It's organic. It's this is the feeling that I get.
Now we'll move on quickly to Monsieur Dulette. We talk about, you know, this dealing with disinformation at the level of management, you know, and we talked a lot about editorial sort of oversight and the ability to sort of deal with disinformation because it's at the management level, it's at the editorial level. You are the editor, the director of Le Mauricien, n'est-ce pas? So how at your level is there an awareness around disinformation, and what are the mechanisms, you know, that at your own level as director you bring to the mix? Feel free.
Yes, I'll speak in French. I'm going to speak in French. Bon, au niveau du management, vous savez,
Dans le micro.
Oui, Le Mauricien est une entreprise familiale. Donc, il y a une culture du journalisme qui a été transmise.
Micro,
Ah ben, je ne sais pas comment ça marche. Il faut mettre plus près d'abord.
devant la bouche.
Le Mauricien est une entreprise familiale, qui a été pendant très longtemps, et disons que les directeurs ça a été de père en fils, et maintenant d'oncle à neveu, on dit ça comme ça, et qu'il y a une culture d'entreprise, c'est-à-dire que les choses sont faites de façon à ce que les rédacteurs en chef ont le total pouvoir sur la production du journal, mais n'empêche qu'ils rencontrent quand même régulièrement le directeur, et viennent surtout le voir lorsque les nouvelles sont touchy. D'accord, c'est à ce moment-là où ils viennent nous exposer le problème, et on essaie de voir qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire. C'est à ce niveau-là seulement qu'au niveau du management, nous intervenons au niveau du contenu du journal. Ça, c'est au niveau du management. Nous laissons une très large liberté aux journalistes pour travailler. Ils ne reçoivent pas des instructions extrêmement formelles. Je pense que par la qualité de leur formation, par la qualité de ce qu'ils ont, de leur expérience qu'ils ont obtenue, ils savent en gros ce qu'il faut faire. Mais si au niveau du journal, nous ne nous sentons pas vraiment concernés par la désinformation à such, du journal lui-même, C'est plutôt l'entrée des réseaux sociaux qui est venue nous poser ce problème. Parce qu'il y a la question de vitesse. Un journal, ça se fait en 24 heures. On a souvent le temps de voir, de vérifier, d'aller voir les archives, d'aller voir un certain nombre d'autres éléments pour contrôler. Et notre grande difficulté a été de contrôler le site web, le Facebook et Instagram sur lesquels nous sommes les plus actifs. Parce que ça se passe dans l'instantané. Et malheureusement, ça remonte très souvent lorsque les choses sont... Ça concerne essentiellement la politique, les problèmes. Pour le reste, on pratique exactement ce qu'on pratique pour le journal, vérification, de faire attention de ne pas donner les noms des personnes qui ont été tuées dans un accident avant que la famille soit au courant. Il y a un certain nombre de règles que les journalistes de chez nous connaissent bien. Nous avons d'ailleurs, quand ils sont employés, ils reçoivent en copie un code d'éthique de la maison et les pratiques, en gros, qu'il ne faut pas faire. Et puis, bon, ils rencontrent quand même régulièrement leur rédacteur en chef et surtout aussi la direction du Mauricien parle beaucoup avec les journalistes. Voilà, en gros, les problèmes. Maintenant, comment quand on a des difficultés, c'est-à-dire des choses très difficiles à confirmer, parce qu'évidemment, il y a toujours une tentative de manipulation de l'information. Je ne dirais pas que nous ne faisons pas des erreurs, nous aussi, nous sommes de temps en temps tombés dans le piège, mais je pense que nous prenons vraiment le temps. On préfère rater une information que de prendre le risque de mettre la crédibilité de ce qui a été construit depuis 133 ans en difficulté. Voilà, ça c'est à peu près la vision de ce que nous faisons.
I mean, today we talk a lot about slow journalism, the retour au waiting for things to happen, ensuring that you get the things right. Parce que vous avez tout à fait raison, l'instantané a tendance à créer des problèmes et la désinformation se passe à travers le instantaneous et velocity. On revient vers toi à Choc. And we precise it's a public broadcasting, not a state broadcasting. Mais you've been there for a long time, Ashok. I know that you've been among the first students that were trained at the University of Mauritius, and we're very proud about that. And so and I know you were responsible for the news desk because that's where also a lot of this potential disinformation or misinformation or malinformation happens. So how do you deal with it? Because you get also a lot of our students who you train in internship. So how does that process happen? Prem was talking about it in an organic way. How does it happen at your level?
Thank you, Rukaya. Let me start by saying I don't like the term mainstream media. In my opinion, you have the media or the non-media. So today we have individuals or groups calling themselves media, which is not quite right because, as we know, the media is run by professionals, which is not quite true for what we call non-mainstream media. So yeah, we are very much aware at NBC of the dangers and risk of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. I think the first speaker explained about the difference between misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. And at NBC, you put that question at the beginning: how do we decide on which story, on which report we'll carry? For all journalists, the main consideration is the newsworthiness of the story, of the subject. So the newsworthiness, we define the angle, and of course we need to ensure that the information is accurate. Accuracy, interest, and when we talk about accuracy, it's also about the sources of information. We have to check and cross-check. We all know this. But fact-checking or ensuring accuracy in our stories, in our reports, is ingrained, embedded in our system. We have a well-defined system at NBC where at the very start, our journalists, even our interns coming from University of Mauritius, know that what is the workflow, what is the best practice. So, and we have different levels of control. This is very important. The journalist himself or herself first has to ensure the accuracy of information, has to make sure that there is no misinformation or disinformation or malinformation. Second, we have editors of the day who also have a close look at what journalists are reporting about. It's in our everyday workflow. Third level of control is our rewriters, ce qu'on appelle les SR, les secrétaires de rédaction. And the final level of control is au niveau de la direction de l'information, the editor, so director. So it's well ingrained, it's well embedded in our system. The control that we exercise to avoid misinformation, because it is a real danger. Even among the media, we see media propagating disinformation against other media, for example.
Just before I pass on to my colleague Christina, does any one of your media house, and I'll give you, have a fact-checking desk? Is there anyone that have established or set up a fact-checking?
Or at least have actually practiced any exercise of fact-checking, even if it's punctual? Have you ever experimented, any one of you?
We do.
I mean, first of all, there's an omission I need to correct, because as I was saying, and as Ashok was pointing out, at DP Media also, there is that hierarchical level of fact-checking
I
that
think it's true
occurs.
for all mainstream media,
Yes,
whether you like this or
but
not.
that's not the challenge, Christina.
Yeah.
The challenge is not fact-checking.
Mhm.
The challenge is the various, because information is quite skewed in Mauritius.
It
If you
is.
go if you go across the media, because we try to be everything for everybody, because you can't have specialist journalists in Mauritius. There's no room for that. It won't be economically sustainable. At the same time, we develop, because of the landscape, because of the restrictions that there are in the media in Mauritius. So all media has developed an innate sense of representing what they think they should be representing. So for me, bias is more important than facts and disinformation, actually.
No, but the simple question, any fact-checking?
Yes, there is. But then I took the microphone to point out something that I didn't say, because that's the most challenging. And when we do the live intervention and we give people the right to speak, le droit à la parole. And this is challenging because it is happening in real time. And normally we do have the resources to check facts there. I personally, I'm a very connected person, 1, 2, 3, and there's also my laptop when I'm doing those things. And I run checks instantaneously to make sure that the information is correct.
That's not maybe not the issue, because you might have individuals who do the job properly, but it's about the systemic, the question is probably about what kind of systems and mechanisms. I mean, like with some of the speakers earlier this morning mentioned about fact checking, about having a code of practice, moderation, proper moderation policies. I mean, do you have because maybe the sense is that, okay, you've been doing organic, and I think we understand that because it's deeply ingrained. It's supposed to be at the heart.
No, but it's process oriented as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be like that anyway, but probably the fact that we have social media is overtaking all of us, not just you. Probably you are the ones who are feeling the onslaught, and maybe unbeknownst to you, involuntarily, sometimes you might, relay disinformation. So do you have any, I'm sure you must have had discussions in your newsletters. Do you discuss about how to tackle it in terms of a systemic manner, rather than relying on just good individuals, I mean, not good, professional individuals who apply the standards? Because obviously in the newsletters, you'll have different levels as well.
And let's open it up to all.
Yes, I'm going to, yes, there is a process. There are processes. There are people who validate information, and journalists themselves, they are trained and they are informed that they have to check their facts before broadcasting. But I think that the most importantly, it's about how you moderate and how you moderate real-time information.
Okay.
And that's organic. That has a very strong organic component to it.
Yes, Mr. Biari.
Yes, we don't have a separate or a dedicated fact-checking desk. I don't know whether this is presented for two main reasons. The first reason that we don't have resources for that. Well, I know BBC has among the international, BBC has a fact-checking service, and the second reason about its relevance or usefulness in our system. Because, mind you, fact-checking
is not a silver bullet.
Of course not. It's just
Fact
one
checking
of-
is reactive,
Mhm.
like debunking.
No, he said it's also.
It's part. It's
not
one
only
of the
reactive,
tools.
but it's ahead of
But
time.
we should not
Careful.
limit the whole issue to fact checking.
Sure, sure. of
More
course.
than fact checking, more than debunking, we have what we call now pre-bunking. That you en amont plutôt qu'en aval. You attack at the and how do we do this? It's by training our journalists, by imparting the right knowledge, because what happens today in the media? We have many young journalists today, and maybe they are not aware of this. Is somebody Jean-Luc spoke about back to basics, back to fundamentals. The best practices have not changed, and this is the best way I think we can do to build resilience against disinformation.
Okay. Yeah, Iqbal.
I think, when it comes to fact checking, there are two things at issue there. The first is that the media, the written media at the very least, has to it cannot continue operating the way it did in the 70s and 80s, where you have this large phalanx of journalists. They don't make much, but they go around, he said, she said, and going around covering press conferences and just reporting what was said there. If the idea is that you need to be able to explain, analyze, fact check, and as Mr. Barry says, debunk on occasion, you need a much greater degree of professionalization within the sector. And like any economic sector, like any economic activity, you need to invest in that. If you don't invest in that, forget it, it's a non-starter, then it's just hot air. So I think the media itself has to relook at its business model, because it's no longer enough just to give information. You're not an information sector anymore. You're not an information industry anymore. Now you have to be an explanation industry. Now you have to be a contextualization industry. And this can only come from, the reason I'm saying this is that this can only be an internal reinvention. We cannot, this is my own personal view now, we cannot rely upon external fact-checking organizations, because then that would raise all sorts of questions. What are the companies funding it? Who are its sponsors? Does it have any contracts with government? That's what, all sorts of potential conflicts come in that, in my view, it's best for press to avoid these kind of entanglements. Rather, it should be a greater degree of professionalization, but that would mean reinventing your economic model, reinventing yourself.
Monsieur Delay, vous voulez réagir?
Bon, d'abord, il n'y a pas de fact-checking système en place en ce moment au SNIT, mais par contre, on peut compter sur nos anciens journalistes qui sont les best fact-checkers qui existent, parce que la seniorité, leur expérience, je pense que c'est ce qui fonctionne pour l'instant, et ils ont aussi une capacité de réfléchir par rapport à tout ça que aucun fact-checking machine ne va pouvoir faire à l'avenir. Donc, les meilleurs fact-checkers, généralement, sont les rédacteurs en chef ou les seniors journalistes. Ça, pour moi, il n'y a pas de doute par rapport à tout ça. Ce qui se passe, le gros problème aujourd'hui dans la presse, disons, pour pouvoir empêcher les informations, c'est la difficulté au niveau des finances que la presse est en train de souffrir. Parce que ça, il faut le savoir. C'est le truc le plus important, c'est que la presse vit de deux choses, de la vente des journaux et de la publicité. Bon, comme vous savez, aujourd'hui, avec Internet, la vente des journaux, évidemment, a reculé assez, avec quand même pas mal d'importance. Mais nous avons aujourd'hui, enfin, chez nous, on dit, on n'a jamais eu autant de lecteurs, mais jamais autant moins d'argent, de revenus. Et la publicité, c'est la même chose. Bon, il y a deux types de publicité. Il y a la publicité gouvernementale et la publicité du privé. Bon, le gouvernement, il vous punit ou il vous félicite. Ça dépend comment vous êtes avec lui. Et la publicité aujourd'hui privée, elle souffre aussi. Beaucoup d'entreprises privées souffrent à l'intérieur du pays. Ils préfèrent investir dans leurs produits actuellement pour pouvoir essayer de garder les prix les plus bas. Mais il y a aussi la peur de l'industrie du privé, de passer des pubs dans les journaux qui sont critiques vis-à-vis du gouvernement. Donc, ils essaient de rester en retrait par rapport à ça. Ils utilisent beaucoup aujourd'hui les agences de communication qui sont peut-être dans le métier aujourd'hui. Ce sont ceux qui sont en train de récolter le plus d'argent. et qui essayent de retransmettre des informations au niveau des journaux. Voilà à peu près quelle est la problématique. La problématique, c'est aujourd'hui, mon collègue à côté vient de parler de réorganisation de rédaction, de revoir le modèle. Il est simplement fait que actuellement il y a des manques de ressources financières pour les journaux. Je pense pour les sites Internet, ils sont gratuits. Tout à l'heure, j'entendais quelqu'un monsieur qui parlait de l'Afrique du Sud, que le paywall était un obstacle à l'accès à l'information. Mais l'accès à l'information a toujours été payant dans le passé, c'est ça qui a permis de vivre. Mais c'est vrai que dès que vous mettez un paywall, vous voyez tout de suite vos chiffres crash. Donc, il faut essayer de trouver des modèles et c'est pas évident.
Il y a le modèle du Guardian qui a fait le paywall et qui a fait aussi les sponsorships ou le subscription et qui demande aux lecteurs, parce que c'est du good journalism, c'est du professional journalism, c'est du fact-checking, c'est du truthful journalism. Et là, je crois que c'est 2 ans de cela qu'ils ont break-even avec le subscription model. Alors, il y a plusieurs méthodes, modèles qui existent et l'idée, c'est vraiment sauver le journaliste parce que finalement, le journaliste de bonne qualité n'est pas bon marché. It requires resources, n'est-ce pas?
Non, la difficulté, disons, d'avoir des modèles, je pense que si on faisait un sondage, on verrait que les Mauriciens pensent que l'information est gratuite. Doit être gratuite. Donc, ils ne réalisent pas que derrière, il y a toute une infrastructure, toute une équipe de personnel et de professionnels. Et ça, c'est un des écueils aussi dans lequel le danger se précise, c'est qu'on est au fur et à mesure, le recrutement se fait sur des gens qui sont moins bien préparés au métier de journaliste parce que on les paye moins, donc ils préfèrent travailler ailleurs. C'est comme Jean-Luc, créer une agence de communication, de formation, pardon.
Bon, ouais, je pense aussi, moi, quand je regarde, hein, si je pose la question, combien d'entre vous lisez votre journal que vous recevez sur WhatsApp? Si vous êtes honnête,
oui,
vous allez voir, hein, et aujourd'hui, la contrainte financière, the financial sustainability of any press organization is a very, very important factor in the way the journalist does his job. And the commercial bias is going to be increasingly important, and which I think needs to be managed at policy level. And I think this is a very, very important aspect that we need to take into consideration. I just want to give a very small example in an advertising that is going on at the moment. Every single media outlet is broadcasting it. They're giving people the impression that if you buy a 5G phone, you'll download data faster, which is completely untrue. There's no 5G network in Mauritius. So who checks that? You know?
Bon, just to circle back sur la désinformation, hein, que c'est quand même le thème de notre demi-journée aujourd'hui. Vous avez l'air d'être quand même, je veux dire, un peu défaitiste quelque part de nous dire que oui, vous êtes en train de faire du filtrage organique, vous avez des processus, ce qui est bien, ce qui est important, mais au-delà de ça, est-ce que vous avez l'impression que et puis, est-ce que vous pourriez nous dire aussi, est-ce que la désinformation que vous rencontrez sur vos sites, est-ce qu'il y a des acteurs spécifiques, parce que vous avez parlé des gens de la communication qui se font de l'argent sur le dos et qui font du pré-marché quelque part. Est-ce que ce sont les informations de nature commerciale qui sont souvent les plus problématiques? Est-ce qu'il y a des acteurs spécifiques, les acteurs étatiques ou bien des groupes d'intérêt spécifiques que vous rencontrez pour la désinformation? Qu'est-ce que vous rencontrez, vous, sur vos sites web? Qu'est-ce que vous trouvez comme difficulté à modérer plus précisément et à filtrer?
Bon, moi, comme je disais, hein, ce que je vois, il y a les informations commerciales. Bon, je ne vais pas rentrer dans les détails de ça, mais pour moi, le challenge, c'est le real time. Le real time, mais je dis pas, je suis pas défaitiste, hein, mais je l'ai dit.
Je ne parle pas du processus, de la rapidité. Hein, je veux dire les sources, les acteurs principaux qui sont producteurs et vous envoie de la désinformation. Et donc, vous faites le relais quelque part, peut-être inconsciemment. Est-ce que vous avez peut-être pas des statistiques, mais des indications d'où vient la désinformation à Maurice, à votre avis, qui pose le plus de problèmes et qu'il faudrait peut-être adresser en priorité parce qu'on parle de l'information dans une démocratie. Donc, l'idée, c'est d'assainir un peu tout ça
Vous, qu'est-ce que vous voyez sur le terrain?
Moi, sur le terrain, je ne pense pas que l'information officielle, par exemple, qui sort des différentes autorités, soit nécessairement des sources de désinformation. La désinformation vient des personnes intéressées, interested people who are carrying agendas, you know, that on one hand, and on the other hand, it's the public. It's the public. I mean, if somebody sees something a certain way, doesn't mean that it's right and it's true. And he's getting the opportunity of voicing these things in real time now.
So through comments on your
Through
post.
comments,
Okay.
through comments, through
And so how do you
moderation.
tackle
For me, I mean, you were telling me that, tell me about the process, not about what you do. But what I do, I think it's a very important evidence, proof that today verification tools are going to be much more accessible with artificial intelligence. If you use, for example, Bing AI, the Bing chat, which is coupled with the Bing search engine, you can verify information within seconds. So I think that training and education is going to play a very important role in keeping pace with technological advancement that gives you the tools today.
It can cut both ways.
It can cut both ways, but you need to know. You need to know. You need to know what ChatGPT does, what Bard, Google Bard does, what Bing does. They do specific things, and you need to be able to know how to counter-check those. What's interesting with Bing is that it gives you the source, whether it's Britannica, it's Wikipedia, etc.
Yeah, but I just wanted to also bring Iqbal in the conversation. Sorry, we momentarily lost you, and I saw your alarmness. But when we're talking about disinformation and hate speech, and maybe to sort of rebound on what Prem has said, you know, because a lot of this disinformation and hate speech are done by the loudest voices.
Right.
Those who can scream louder, and we know that the echo chambers, you know, we saw that in the disinformation in the US. Those were the people who were able to organize themselves, you know, the white supremacy group, and here also in Mauritius we have those louder voices who are not necessarily those. Yes, and who are not necessarily the voice of the majority, because we did have this conversation about, you know, it's about public interest. So how do you sort of filter, you know, this whole process, you know, that disinformation, and say this disinformation is only by the loudest voices who are able to become the echo chambers? Because I think this is one of the core issues, which also links us to hate speech. We haven't spoke about hate speech, but a lot of hate speech comes around those people who are able to sort of drown, you know, authentic voices and make them seem. And I remember reading, I think over the weekend, you know, how Facebook, for example, allowed, you know, certain groups to actually have the address of certain people who then they actually went there and they actually sort of killed that person. So those loudest voices have to be dealt with, because, you know, they are becoming more and more loud and more audible, despite the fact that the majority of us are willing to deal with this information. So maybe Iqbal, and then Mr. Delet, and then Ashok, and then we'll move on.
I mean, there's no easy answer to that question, and that's precisely the problem. I mean, to be fair, this is not just something that the press has been grappling with. Even the government has had a hard time dealing with this. I mean, back in 2018, they wanted to bring in a law specifically targeting fake news on social media. And for those of you who can, I mean, I would suggest you read the Law Reform Commission report on this, which I think was an excellent report, and where they explain exactly what the conundrum is. I mean, okay, fake news is a problem, but does that mean we have a Ministry of Truth now run by the government? Right? Who determines what is true and what is false, right? I would say it's even a danger when you're relying on the media to think about what is true and what is false. Any one source that becomes a paragon of truth, I think this is where the problem becomes. So I think looking at it from that perspective, that, you know, we have to look at sort of just one, you know, solution. I think that is fraught with a lot of complications. In my mind, I mean, again, fact checking through external organizations is a problem, as I spoke about before. Ultimately, you will not get rid of it because it's not a new thing. You know, I mean, we've always lived with this. I mean, the volume has increased and the frequency has increased,
And perhaps, you know, the ways and means in which it comes about has increased, but fundamentally, this is not a new problem, and this is a problem that we will continue to live with. In the meantime, what we can do is improve ourselves as the media and hope that enough critical mass of readers come about, to our point of view. Enough people appreciate. I mean, look, there's a reason why political newspapers never worked in Mauritius, but mainstream newspapers did. It's because mainstream newspapers are credible. Political newspapers were seen as biased and lacked credibility, and so they did not survive. Right. Similarly, I mean, we have to, as I'm sorry to steal Mr. Mutusami's thing again, where he says that, you know, back to basics. Yes, we have to understand what worked in the past. It was the credibility of that, right? So even if, you know, a lot of people go for social media, I mean, there would be enough people looking for genuine information. Now, what we can do from our part is, rather than, you know, reinvent new institutions to tackle an old problem that always existed, our issue is to improve ourselves, basically, and that's all we can do. That's the only realistic perspective that I have, that I can think of.
Mr. Biari?
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that disinformation forms part of what they call a complex web of motivation. The motivation could be economic, could be ideological, and it could be personal as well. So what we need in our media is fundamentally that we are very cautious, that we become cautious of our sources of information. This is why basically a journalist has to check his information not from one source but from two sources for normal information, but for sensitive information and for information that are very, very sensitive and delicate. We need to check it from three sources. This is what we should be doing, because we should be very wary of sources. The risk of manipulation, we've seen it in the media, the risk of being manipulated by politicians, by ideologies, by, you know, activist groups, militant groups, is real. So if we take this precaution, I think we can, and also we are talking of solutions. What are the solutions? The solution, of course, is policy, but policy not just the government. We talk about the limits of regulation, rather co-regulation, but in Mauritius we have it from about the media. Collaboration within the media itself is not present. We have to be realistic. There is no coordination in some countries, like in Estonia, I think, and in Scandinavian countries. There is an alliance of media, a network where they cooperate to build resilience, but also to combat, to share information about fake news, which is not present in Mauritius. And of course, we need training. The Media Trust, for example, we don't have enough funds to carry out appropriate training. The amount of money we get from the government is very minimal. And somebody talked about it, about media information literacy at all levels. So these are the solutions that we should be envisaging. Thank you.
Moi, je pense que on est en gros d'accord que c'est pas les médias traditionnels où il y a le plus de désinformation. C'est vraiment plus souvent accidentel. Mais ce sont surtout les réseaux sociaux. Et les réseaux sociaux, le gros problème que ça pose par rapport à ce qu'il disait avant, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, les réseaux sociaux, c'est tout le monde. Chaque personne va recevoir l'information. S'il y a une information qui sort, tout le monde va regarder son téléphone. Et on ne sait pas si c'est vrai ou pas, mais ça sort immédiatement. Et ça se passe pas comme ça dans les journaux traditionnels, dans les radios, etc. Donc, c'est surtout le réseau social. Et ça, nous n'avons pas de contrôle dessus. Je pense que ça a été dit beaucoup plus tôt. Quand on regarde les chiffres, on parle de 800 000. D'accord, 800 000 Facebook et les autres aussi. Et alors que pour les journaux, les chiffres n'atteignent pas du tout ce niveau-là. Donc, le médium de l'information, de la désinformation reste aujourd'hui les réseaux sociaux. Et cela, nous n'avons pratiquement pas de contrôle dessus. Juste notre crédibilité, c'est tout ce qu'on peut essayer pour contrer ça.
D'accord, merci. I think maybe it may come out as a bit bleak as a conclusion, because when we've listened to you, it's like you lack resources and there's so many, you know, sources of disinformation that are out there, including every single one of us as individuals. Potentially, we can be sources of disinformation, misinformation, or malinformation, whatever you call it. I mean, all of those have been well defined at the keynote speech early this morning. But I just wanted to, let's just move forward and say, so what can be done? I mean, what kind of support would you need maybe from organizations out there who could provide? It could not necessarily be in terms of money, because money doesn't necessarily always, is not necessarily the end all and be all of it. But I mean, what kind of support and there's a sense also that some of you have mentioned this, that maybe there isn't enough forum between yourselves, different media houses. I know you're competitors commercially, that's very clear and that's normal, but what could be done? And do you think that it's possible for you all to come together and have more regular conversations and maybe pull resources together in order to address, because this disinformation problem is not going to go away. If anything, it will get bigger and bigger and it will overwhelm all of us. And if we go down that trend, I don't know what this will do to our democracy. So do you think that something can be done? Still give us some hope, at least. Yeah. What could maybe even the Australian embassy, who is the co-organizer here, maybe what they would want to help, maybe other embassies, other organizations, what can be done? Or academia as well?
Yeah, for me to downplay the financial aspect is going to be deceiving ourselves, is going to be misleading ourselves, because I think it's going to ruin the media world, because we have to eat, we have to earn a living, and the commercial aspect need to be taken, for me, at policy level.
Mm-hmm. So in what sense, for example, do you think that you should have some kind of fund from government that maybe taxes communication agencies, communicators?
I think it should be on the table.
Is it something that you want?
Should be on the table.
Yeah.
I think it should be on the table. I think media organizations should be supported. That's one thing. And then secondly, I think the world is moving at a very fast pace. Of course, I'm a very firm believer that we should stick to basics. What's evolving is the medium, but the basic principles of journalism remain the same. We should stick to basics, but at the same time, we must be able to educate our people to the pace of technology. I think that media organizations should be supported by government and should have the means to educate journalists, because this thing is moving very, very fast. We're already late, and the train is going at an even faster rate, with artificial intelligence. That's one thing. And disinformation also, the biases, the various biases. I think it is more important than disinformation, because the source of information, that's not a difficulty to manage, but the commercial bias, the narrative bias.
Okay, so I get you. So a fund would be one of the proposals, maybe.
Exactly.
That might be from government sources, through taxation, or from other sponsors and that kind of thing.
I do not see the media generating enough resources by themselves to be able to.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Delette.
Je pense que la première chose qu'il faut dire, c'est pas au gouvernement qu'il faut demander de l'aide, c'est à l'État. C'est très différent, ça fait une différence énorme. Et le modèle existe
Quoique
déjà.
à Maurice, la distinction n'est jamais très claire.
Non, je pense qu'il faut
y
le faire
compris
très
dans
clair.
la tête des dirigeants politiques.
C'est-à-dire que si ça change de régime politique, l'affaire va continuer. C'est ça qui est important. Et il existe déjà un modèle en France. Tous les journaux français, même les plus grands, sont subventionnés par l'État, qui les aide à distribuer les journaux, qui leur donne des facilités pour l'achat du matériel. Les presses, c'est financé à 50% par l'État. Le papier est aussi pas taxé, etc. Le modèle existe déjà en France et il fonctionne très bien. Parce qu'à un moment donné, les journaux français étaient en grosse difficulté aussi, et ils ont eu cette aide qui continue aujourd'hui. Ils reçoivent tous les ans une allocation qui est calculée sur un modèle qui a déjà été discuté, etc. Et ça marche déjà. Même pour la distribution à La Réunion, c'est la Poste qui fait la distribution gratuitement des journaux pour les abonnés, etc. Donc le modèle existe. Il faut simplement essayer de le voir.
Je suis d'accord pour que l'État accorde des incitations aux médias, mais je ne suis pas sûr si c'est une très bonne idée ou c'est workable que l'État subventionne ou finance directement les médias, connaissant la situation. Nous tous, nous sommes au courant des relations qui existent entre l'État, et c'est tant mieux si ces relations sont conflictuelles dans une certaine mesure. mais je ne suis pas sûr si l'État doit financer directement. Il faudrait peut-être créer un fonds, mais je suis d'accord avec vous que l'État accorde des incitations, comme en France, des incitations fiscales ou autres. Mais subventionner directement, je ne suis pas sûr. L'État l'État finance le Media Trust, mais à hauteur, vous savez de combien? De 2,5 millions ou 3 millions par an. Et vous savez, avec les coûts administratifs, il ne reste pas grand-chose pour la formation. Donc, il faut trouver un autre mécanisme, à mon avis, pour pouvoir aller de l'avant, peut-être les missions diplomatiques, je ne sais pas. Avoir un fonds qui puisse effectivement jouer son rôle.
Iqbal, you wanted to say something just to add on? Although there's been a lot of discussion about public media funds in at least I know in Africa, and we will allow Iqbal and then we'll open up to the, because I think the idea is also the audience to participate. So Iqbal, very quickly, and then we'll have the Q&A.
I'll just be the black sheep of this panel, and I'll say, no, I'm against this idea of state funding for the media, because this then gives another lever on which to pressurize the media, right? I mean, let's not forget, a lot of the financial difficulties that a lot of media houses have have actually been created by the government through things like withholding advertising or withholding contracts with other commercially diversified holdings. The second thing is that this is not France. The Mauritian government is not the French government. You know, let's not forget. I mean, Mauritius is the one country in Africa, I think this was back in 1985, that came up with a law in its books saying that if anybody criticizes the government without proof, they can go to prison. Any government or any minister in government. Between 1985 and 1990, this was actually on our books, on our statute book. So, you know, this is not
Careful around that. So let's open up for Q&A. So I see Shireen has her first question. Shall we take a roll of 3 questions? So Shireen, Sheila.
Yeah.
And
Essayez d'être le plus concis possible parce que we are running out of time. Et si vous voulez adresser à une personne en particulier.
And then Shenaz. Okay, so Shireen, Sheila, and Shenaz, 3 S's.
Les chats.
Yeah, okay. It wouldn't be right on my part not to say that I have been the chair of the NBC for 2 years between 2000 and 2002. And why I want to say it's because Jean-Luc mentioned state-owned. Of course, it's not state-owned or state-run.
It is not.
But when I took the job, I said I want to be totally independent. And I was granted that independence. And the minute I realized that they didn't have to go through the chairman of the board or even the board, but they were actually, ministers were actually phoning, asking to do this, that, and the other. I said, I'm going, I'm not staying. And you know, that's why I left after 2 years. Now, of course, it's not state-owned, but unfortunately, there is a lot of propaganda, and whatever government comes in, it's exactly the same thing. That was one point I thought it was very important to make in terms of history, because you spoke of history. The second point is, c'est un rêve. You know, I watch a little bit of NBC. I do watch, but I also watch Antenne 2. Everybody, every day.
Antenne 2.
France 2. I also watch on France 2, you have very often a very short, brief program just after the 20h, le journal télévisé. You have a short program where they come and show you, this is a piece of news, they show you the news, which is going on the social media. This is how it was fabricated. And they will show you how this photograph was taken from a very old event, was used again, and how the fake news actually happened. So they will do like 5, 10 occasionally like this. Even they don't do it every day. So basically, I think we come back to basics. We have to educate people. It's the same for, I'm a lawyer. It's the same for legal literacy. You have to educate people. And I think NBC has almost this, because in the NBC Act, it says what the NBC is there for. So you have a duty to educate. including on such issues. But everybody else, of course, don't have much means, but rather than just run stories, you can also undo the stories. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. First, I'd like to congratulate my colleagues from the university, my former colleagues from the university, for putting such an interesting panel and a very useful panel. I hope it goes on because the debate is lucidating. Excuse me, I have a bit of a cold. Listening to all the panelists since this morning, I'm very worried. I'm very worried because I think we all seem to be saying media literacy, media education is the solution, is part of the solution, not the only solution. But when we look around as to what is happening in the country, in the education scene, including our tertiary institutions, and we see and question the capacity of these institutions to adapt to relevant education, and here I'm talking about media literacy education void of ethics and integrity would not help much, because disinformation will carry on. So the challenge is, how do we make media literacy or media education be part of this larger thing that we are calling ethics, truth, politics of truth, ethics, and integrity? Because if these three elements are not there, whatever we do, we're going to sink in a sea of disinformation. And as Iqbal rightly says, it is here to stay. But whilst we agree that it is here to stay, the challenge is for us to try and see what are the kinds of mechanisms. Now, the second point that I wanted to make very quickly is when we look at the education scene, because in Estonia, for example, the schools, primary schools, secondary schools are having media literacy everywhere. It's everywhere. But in a place like Mauritius, even if we were to take it to primary schools, it's going to be very difficult. We just have to see what is the output of our education system. I don't want to go into a debate on extended program, etc. We've had enough of it. But when we look at what our schools are producing in terms of output, then we wonder whether it can cater for the kind of media literacy that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oui, c'est dommage que Géraldine Geoffroy soit pas là parce qu'effectivement, en tant que femme, je trouvais dommage qu'un homme se représente.
Elle est souffrante, malheureusement.
Oui. Même si vos voix sont certainement très intéressantes. J'ai travaillé comme journaliste pendant 35 ans maintenant et depuis quelques temps, depuis un dernier, j'anime aussi des cours à l'attention d'un certain nombre de jeunes par rapport à l'éducation, à l'information et à la désinformation, comment s'informer correctement. Et je suis très frappée effectivement de voir que beaucoup de jeunes de 18 ans à 23 ans, 24 ans, quand je leur demande, avant de partager une image sur vos réseaux, combien d'entre vous la vérifient? Personne. Et beaucoup d'entre eux ne sont même pas au courant qu'il y a des outils très simples à leur disposition pour vérifier une image avant de la partager. Mais mon inquiétude aujourd'hui, c'est qu'avec les intelligences artificielles, j'ai l'impression que toutes ces entreprises de fact-checking, etc., c'est déjà dépassé. Parce que jusqu'ici, par exemple, on pouvait faire un politicien dire quelque chose, c'était les gens qui utilisaient le dark web, etc. Aujourd'hui, avec les intelligences artificielles, avec ChatGPT, je ne m'excuse pas de l'avoir utilisé, je l'utilise parce que je pense qu'il faut qu'on soit tous au courant de ce que ça permet, et c'est absolument incroyable et extrêmement scary, inquiétant. Aujourd'hui, n'importe qui d'entre nous peut faire, ou moi, le Premier ministre, n'importe qui, dire n'importe quoi. Donc, même avec les instruments de fact-checking, est-ce que maintenant, en fait, c'est pas déjà complètement dépassé? Et ma question, c'est, j'ai l'impression que par rapport à la vérification de l'information, on a déjà un immense train de retard. En fait.
Quelqu'un veut réagir à ça, parce que ça, on revient un petit peu dans le côté pessimiste en même temps.
Réaliste aussi.
Mais en même temps, c'est pas faux. Mais Monsieur Biarri avait mentionné le pre-banking aussi.
Oui.
Nous expliquer un petit peu de quoi il s'agit.
Oui, mais d'abord, je suis d'accord avec vous, Sheila, quand vous dites que le système éducatif à lui seul
will not be able to meet the objectives of media information literacy. We talk more about digital literacy today. Donc, comme Shenaz l'a dit, et il y a, je pense, il y a une éducation à faire à tous les niveaux, pas seulement dans le système éducatif. Je ne sais pas comment, mais je pense qu'il y a une éducation effectivement à donner à nos jeunes, à nos adultes aussi. Et quand on parle de pre-banking, pour revenir, pre-banking, c'est quelque chose de préventif. C'est-à-dire dès que soit former les citoyens sur les dangers, sur les méthodes pour, comme Shenaz l'a dit, il y a une photo, donc il y a des moyens pour vérifier avant de partager. Est-ce qu'on développe cette attitude? Il y a une attitude à développer. C'est vrai, je parle d'une situation personnelle. Je dis souvent à mon épouse, tu partages des posts que tu reçois, est-ce que tu as pris la peine de vérifier? Et souvent, c'est des informations qui ne sont pas vraies. Donc, c'est vrai, il n'y a pas cette attitude, il y a une mentalité, un mindset à développer. Comment on le fait? Est-ce que c'est le rôle seulement de l'école? C'est le rôle des parents? C'est le rôle des institutions éducatives, des ONG? Ou d'une alliance de tout le monde. Et le pre-banking, c'est ça. C'est d'abord, s'il y a une information qui n'est pas vraie, au départ, en amont, montrer comment l'information est fausse, mais aussi préparer les gens à une sorte d'éducation aussi, d'instruction, à être very cautious. Aujourd'hui, on l'a dit, aujourd'hui, il y a tellement de dangers. Donc, c'est une mentalité, c'est un mindset à développer.
Merci. Je vois qu'il y a Abdullah. On va prendre 3 questions ou 3 commentaires très rapidement. Les étudiants aussi, n'hésitez pas à lever la main. Vous avez le droit de participer au débat. Abdullah.
Donc, rapidement, pour dire à quel point cette révolution a bouleversé tout le monde de la presse. Avant, mon époque à l'école, on parlait des masses médias, des médias de masse. Aujourd'hui, on parle d'une masse de médias pour dire à quel point la révolution est dangereuse. Et ensuite, l'autre révolution, on est passé de la presse écrite. Moi, j'ai commencé la dactylographie. Ma génération, c'était un héritage de Zuckerberg, l'autre là, qui avait inventé la presse, et on est passé à Zuckerberg ensuite. Et puis, la difficulté que nous avons aujourd'hui, c'est surtout, elle est économique, bien entendu, mais il y a aussi une mauvaise lecture, une très mauvaise lecture de ce qui se passe dans notre monde de la part des dirigeants de presse. Nous avons aussi notre part de responsabilité là-dedans. Et s'il y a une éducation à faire, c'est surtout avec cette élite aujourd'hui qui se trouve dans différentes rédactions. Enfin, je dis élite d'une façon de parler, je veux dire la classe dirigeante dans la presse, c'est surtout à ce niveau-là, et c'est eux qui vont ensuite faire en sorte que les rédacteurs, les rédacteurs adjoints et les journalistes appliquent à nouveau les bonnes vieilles pratiques. Ce que Jean-Luc Moutoussamy a dit, absolument. Donc, il faut reprendre les vieilles recettes. Les anciennes méthodologies de travail ne sont plus appliquées aujourd'hui parce que les responsables de presse ont désinvesti dans le journalisme. Si vous désinvestissez dans le journalisme, bien entendu, vous allez tuer votre produit et on est entré comme si dans un monde où on n'a pas de visibilité sur ce qui se passe. Et nous, la presse, nous sommes censés éclairer la population et nous-mêmes, nous sommes en difficulté.
Jean-Luc veut intervenir.
Yes, I'd like just to say one word and I pass over the mic because I spoke before. One thing, or two things I'd like to address. We've, during the last 20 years, I think, more and more free content were offered on websites, let's say l'Express.mu, Le Mauricien.com, etc., which came one after the other. And I think Rabin is here, and Rabin was running Iron News, and people were getting used to these free content. And maybe perhaps the media houses to get hold of this new, I'd say, public, to bring them to their websites. At some point, they have themselves put a problem in their media strategy or their business model, but probably we'll say something about that. This is one thing, and now I see that the newspapers are systematically during the COVID, and this has taken rise during the COVID, shared on WhatsApp. And this is one thing I said, and I was one of the guests on Radio Plus a few weeks ago, and I really urge people to stop sharing posts on Facebook with screenshots in the morning, because we've got to let these newspapers sell. We cannot immediately start sharing. One thing. There's one other thing on fact checking. In fact checking, there are facts. And today I've spoken with a few journalists. I won't say young journalists because it's saying that I'm old, but many of them don't know what we mean by facts. C'est quoi les faits? How do we write about facts? Because they immediately come into comments in the way they write. So we have an issue here. People are commenting on comments. So we don't know what are the facts. So there is that issue also, and I hope that at the university level we can stress on this issue. How do we what do we mean by facts? I pass over the mic.
Rabine veut intervenir. Les étudiants, n'hésitez pas à lever la main aussi.
Since Jean-Luc dragged me into the three observations rather quickly. The first one is that I think we didn't talk enough about the fact that social media and the media, be it the traditional media, print press, or radios, now have the choice of either one or the other. They have a symbiotic or parasitic relationship now. It is true in the case of Mauritius, it is true in the case of all mature democracies in the world. People transit through social media to go to their websites to consume news. So the websites and media houses are also actually using social media tricks to get to their audiences. In our cases, to build up audiences, the live videos on Facebook have become a staple of every media house. And what happens on live videos? It's unfiltered content. You don't have the 5-second broadcast delay on Facebook Lives. It's immediate and it's all day long. And it's as many instances of possible relays of disinformation, etc., etc. That was the first point I was trying to make. It's an important one, I think, because media houses and social media are now symbiotic or parasitic, either way you want to take that. Second thing, I think Bernard and I were together on a panel around 2007 or 2008, the defunct Newspaper Editors and Publishers Association, and we worked on a national code of ethics for weeks, for months. We worked together on a national code of ethics. And as Bernard will confirm that to everybody, it did not see the light of the day. The code of ethics was finalized, but it did not see the light of the day because there were differences of opinion in terms of what code we would want to go to the public with. That speaks to another element. It speaks to the fact that when we talk about media literacy, when we talk about the fact that the media houses themselves have a duty to let their audiences know by which standards they need to be upheld. It's great to have a code that you give to your journalists. La Sentinelle is the only media house in the country that has a public code. Everybody should have been in the position to let the audience know to which standards we are ascribed. And it is well, I find it funny for journalists to discuss as much as we are doing right now about fact-checking. Because what is fact-checking? Fact-checking is verifying, counter-verifying, counter-verifying the information. And what is it about? It's about the fundamental work of a journalist.
Yes.
So it burns down to the ethics again. Burns down to the fundamental level of if you are being professional, there will be less instances where you'll be taken for a ride by a source, or less instances where you cover information and news on a very superficial level. And the third observation that I wanted to make, it's about the people, of course. It's about the leadership. It's about the newsrooms. It's unfortunate because it is true that media houses are under tremendous pressure. I know of it, having lived through it and having been targeted by it. Newsrooms are becoming deserts in certain places, when in fact the newsroom is the basic intelligence cell of a media house. It is a place where young journalists sit together with older ones, wiser ones, where wiser ones get to hear what young journalists are saying on their phones and get to correct them. Maybe you should be doing this or that. But newsrooms in media houses now are becoming deserts. And it is a very unfortunate thing. It has to do with the finances of the media houses. We agree. And my final point would be the fact that we have been talking about public funding. I agree totally with Iqbal on that thing. I think public funding is a very, very bad thing for the media because it creates a relationship of subservience between the funder and the fundee. I did not hear you talk about the American model, public broadcasting system, PBS, and NPR, National Public Radio, which are funded actually by people who can deduct the donations they make, by people and by companies, by non-profit organizations, etc., who can fund media houses and deduct those from their tax deductions. That would also entail that a certain number of media houses become non-profit organizations.
Which is
problematic. And that's
Thank you, Rabin. Just one thing I want to just clear a misconception, I think, about fact checking. Of course, we all know that the basis of journalism is about verifying facts, but I think fact checking exercise is a different matter altogether in terms of the format. And it comes back to what Shirin was mentioning. Actually, the show that she was mentioning is a fact checking exercise. That's a specific, it's more of a format, right? So, and it's one of the tools. So it doesn't mean that it's the solution, but it's one of the different tools that we can have in our portfolio. But anyway, I think we could go on, and we would find new questions that would arise. The positive thing about this is that we have been able to get so many people from different newsrooms together on this podium. And I think we need to thank really the Australian High Commission for their support in organizing this event. But it's not finished yet. You wanted to say something?
No, she's hungry.
Oh, you're hungry. I think everybody is hungry. We just have one small activity, which is the pledge. Yeah. So I think I will hand over to Rukaya.
We'll go very fast. We are conscious that, it's nearing, it's past 1. But we want to just bring to your attention the pledge. The idea of the pledge is because we feel that commitment is important. We've been discussing and we said that, it's not about mainstream media where the problem lies, but the problem lies very much on online. But I think the idea of collaboration, of commitment, of the capacity to come together and agree is extremely important. I think from all the panelists and from all those who spoke, from Jean-Luc, who have been, and others, and Abdullah, it's the ability to sort of sign on the dotted line virtually and talk about some basic ideas. Maybe we can read them out. Do you want to read them out, Christina?
Okay.
I mean, it's there, but just
okay. So it's here, and we've prepared it in 3 versions. I will just read the English version. So it says, following the workshop on countering disinformation and sharing an open and transparent infoscape organized by the University of Mauritius and the Australian High Commission in Mauritius. We, the signatories, are aware that disinformation is a growing concern as it is spreading very fast and is in the process affecting our information communication system. We are determined to take the necessary steps and measures as media professionals to ensure that journalism as a profession is conducted to ensure truth, accuracy, and balance. In order to achieve this, we pledge to do our utmost best to undertake the following. Number 1, verify and fact check all information before publishing or sharing it. I think we can all agree about this, going back to the basics. Number 2, use credible sources. Number 3, provide context and background to help the audience understand complex issues. Number 4, correct and retract any errors or misinformation within a reasonable time delay. Number 5, distinguish between opinion and facts. Number 6, minimize sensationalism and prioritize the truth, especially during heated, controversial, or charged debates. By taking these steps, we, the signatories, believe that disinformation can be tackled and that good, balanced, and truthful journalism will prevail and serve the interests of the public at large. Now, I know it's maybe not specific enough. We've tried to make it as broad as possible to find consensus, and it's more of a symbolical, and we want to have it something which is, is going to mark the history and maybe be just the first step into, having even more of those kinds of conversations that will not actually just stay at the level of conversation, but maybe lead into real actions that we can do together instead of separately. So this is just a call on you, if you agree, and all the journalists who are here in this room, they're also most welcome to sign the pledge. So this is the French version, and then there's a Creole version as well down there. I see some of you are signing already, so it's very good.
That's very good.
Very encouraging.
But as Christina said, it's just a sense of commitment, and just to sort of say that we collectively understand that this is a problem and that we collectively agree to tackle that. So that brings us to the last element before lunch, and we promise to put it very short. It's a vote of thanks from the Deputy High Commissioner, Mrs. Lalo. So please.
For a fascinating discussion we've had today on countering disinformation to ensure an open and transparent infoscape. I'd like to firstly thank our keynote speakers, Mr. Michael Davis from the Centre for Media Transition at the University of Technology in Australia, and Mr. Noko Magato from Africa Check, Africa's first independent fact-checking organisation. Our panelists as well, Mrs. Drudy Shisa Madhab of the Data Protection Office of Mauritius, Mr. Trilok Darby Singh of the ICT Authority, Mr. Jean-Luc Mutusami from the Media Expertise, Mr. Ashok Bihari, Mauritius Broadcasting Corporation, Mr. Bernard Delet, the Mauritian, Mr. Iqbal Khan, the Sentinel, and Mr. Prince Supal from Defi Media Group. As we've heard today, the spread of unintended misinformation and intended disinformation has grown rapidly in scale and speed in recent years and is posing a threat to our safety and well-being, as well as to our democracy, society, and economy. Disinformation and misinformation can limit the independent decision-making of governments and the private sector, affect economic prosperity, damage social cohesion, and undermine national security and sovereignty. For Australia, cyberspace and critical technology is a foreign policy priority, and the government is committed to combating false material on digital platforms. As we noted earlier today, as Mr. Davis noted earlier today, like the EU, Australia has published a voluntary code of public practice that commits signatories to improving the online information space and decreasing the spread of mis and disinformation on the platforms. The code currently has 8 signatories: Adobe, Apple, Google, Meta, Microsoft, Redbubble, TikTok, and Twitter. And later this year, the Australian government will introduce legislation to provide the Australian Communications and Media Authority with new powers to hold digital platforms to account and to improve efforts to combat harmful misinformation and disinformation, while also balancing the right to freedom of expression, so fundamental to democracy. As we've heard today, collaboration and awareness raising is essential. And through our international cyber and critical technology engagement strategy, we will continue to foster greater collaboration between governments, technology industry, civil society, and the research community to address and to respond to these risks, and also to increase awareness of the potential harm of disinformation and misinformation that we've heard today is essential. And that happens through workshops such as this. And I would like to thank the organisers of this event, Associate Professor Rukaya Kasanali, Mrs. Christina Chadmitu, and Dr. Sandra Narayanan from the University of Mauritius, and also to the leadership team of the University of Mauritius for supporting this workshop, and to the Australian High Commission team for their ideas, their intelligence, and their organisation. I'd like to thank the representatives of the media, not only those on the panel, but those of you who have come to report on this event today. And to those of you here participating in this workshop from the diplomatic community, from academia and students here today. As Mrs. Madhav said, we are living in an interconnected world. The increasing use of cyberspace and social media platforms as a source of information and for personal engagement on a wide range of social and community issues has made them a key venue for dissemination and amplification of disinformation and misinformation. And as Mrs. Mitu said, we all have a responsibility to counter this. And I think the pledge that has been prepared today provides some really practical ways that we can do as individuals to address disinformation and misinformation. And I think if there was one last that I could add to that, it would be, if in doubt, don't share. So thank you, and let's go and have some lunch.
Welcome directions logistics for lunch. Our students will be directing you to the small canteen. So it's a finger bucket lunch. So please, feel free, just up the board. Thank you very much for everything. And once again, thank you for the Australian High Commission for supporting this event.
Anyone else who wants to sign the pledge from the media? Actually, deux copies.
One of the many. Mais ça fait quand ça prend de l'énergie, c'est pas évident de. Non. Alexandra et Cécile par harmonie. All collectively.